I'm trying. I'm not gonna lie.
What about this one? Oh, hold it? I think it does. I mean, it says something before that. Yeah. She's good at it. Maybe
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe one of them will stand up. Then I can make the future better. It's hard on the finger. Come on, let's back it up. No, I don't. Yeah, these are both nice. Is that where you were eyeing? Yeah, I was wondering. I was like, oh, this seemed kind of interesting. Well, nice. That's cool.
It is now 2 minutes to 7. I ask everyone to put their phones on silent or vibrate. It is now 7 p.m. I want to welcome everyone in the audience, our guests, visitors, business owners, to our city council meeting. It's April 19, 2022. As all council meetings, we start our meetings with prayer, and then we lead off to the Pledge of Allegiance. And we ask you to join us at this time. And our Pledge of Allegiance, our invocation is also done by our Mayor Pro Tem, Sarah Lucido. Can we all stand, please?
Dear God, we thank you for the many blessings you have given us. We ask that you please pray for all the residents of Ukraine. Give them the strength to stay united as they combat the evil forces upon them. Watch over all the citizens that cannot leave and help them to keep them safe during this time of war. Let times like these remind us to be thankful for the country we live in and not to take granted for all the blessings you have bestowed upon us. Please guide this council tonight as we work together to do what is best for all the residents of our great city. It is in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for that invocation. We always want to start everything with God. We're going to start with our roll call. Mr. McLeod, good evening.
Councilmember Baker.
Here.
Councilmember Curley. Councilmember DeMonico.
Here.
Councilmember Lucido.
Here.
Mayor Owens.
Here, thank you. The approval of the agenda right now, does anyone want to add or subtract anything right now? Can I get a motion, please?
Madam Mayor, I'll motion to approve the agenda. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, I take that back. I do need to add one item.
Okay.
Can I just add an item discussing, like the approval of the sign, the electronic sign on our Facebook page? An agenda item just to discuss that?
So that would be P.
Yes, that would be P.
Support.
So I'll add that item.
Okay. Motion and support. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Lucido,
Yes.
Councilmember Councilmember DeMonico,
Yes.
Mayor Owens,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Yes.
Thank you. Now is the hearing of the public. The hearing of the public is a time where the residents, business owners, come up to the podium. You get 3 minutes in the beginning, and you get additional 3 minutes at the end to speak on some of the items that you have saw in the beginning of this agenda that you would like to talk about. But then, after we make our selection or our vote or our decision, you can talk about our decisions at the end. The hearing of the public is now open. We ask you to say your name when you come up, and also your residency, and also be respectful. We have children in the room and people of all backgrounds and experiences. We want to respect them at this time. So the hearing of the public is now open. Can you give us 1 second? We're going to check the microphone. I didn't even start your time yet. You want to speak a little bit louder if you like? No, we can hear you, but not as loud as you would like. He's going to try to fix it real quick. I'm not timing you right now, so you're fine. We can hear you, but not through the mic is not loud enough. See if that mic works.
How about this?
That's a lot better,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Karen Morajan, Eastpointe resident. So this is my public service announcement for the night, but I do have to add something really quick at the request of our city attorney, who said he missed me not talking about the bunnies at the last council meeting. So my thing is every year I always urge caution that people do not get bunnies for Easter, because within a few months, they're just dumped. They require a whole lot of time, love, energy. They're not starter pets. They're not low maintenance. So hopefully nobody did that. And if you did, please get in touch with council if you need any guidance. I'm more than happy to share my close to 30 years experience in having rescue rabbits. They're awesome animals, and I'm more than happy to answer questions so people don't discard them like toys, because they're not. They're family. Okay, with that, now, this is my other public service announcement. This affects everybody in this room, and it pertains to House Bill 4847 through 4850. You can do a simple Google search, just put in Michigan House Bill 4847-4850, and it'll pull up. In a nutshell, what this deals with is the legislature is amending the statute when it comes to probate conservators and guardians, because there have been stories on the news from time to time where court-appointed guardians have just been horrific towards their wards and towards the family. It's caused immense pain and grief for the family members in doing things like blocking them from visiting their family, interfering in numerous ways. And I requested that they insert an additional amendment, and that is to include the durable power of attorneys. A durable power of attorney does not have to go through probate court. In
20
fact,
seconds.
a lot of them will circumvent probate court, because through probate court, you do have to petition for guardianship, and that gives the family an opportunity to object. If the person is incapacitated and they pick a durable power of attorney, it
Time is
can
up,
wreak.
ma'am. Now, you know, at the end, you get another additional 3 minutes.
I'm leaving, though. So
Okay.
all I want to say is, please be very cautious of durable power of attorneys. And
The 3
Rich,
minutes is up.
yeah, if Rich can, maybe
Yeah, you
talk
can email
further
us
about that.
if you- Yeah, thank you so
I'll
much.
speak more about it at another meeting, but I
Okay,
just
well,
wanted to
thank
get
you
that
for
out there.
coming out.
And
We wanna
thank
make sure
you.
everybody get their fair time. Did anyone else like to speak at this time? Thank you.
You're welcome. My name's Kyra. I never had one, y'all. So can everyone hear me? Can y'all hear my voice fine?
Yes.
This isn't going to work for me. My name's Kyra. I live on Stricker Ave. I'm new to Eastpointe, but I always live around here.
Mayor?
I wanted to just put
Yes,
out.
sir.
You
We need
can't.
to use the mic, though, for people that are listening on YouTube and stuff.
Okay.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm gonna start it all over for you.
Okay. I'm Kyra. I'm on Stricker Ave, and I just wanted to put it out that the Kmart on 8 Mile and Gratiot, are we going to do anything with it? Like, I just want to know, because I have a daughter. I'm a mom, and I see a lot of other mamas, too. And it's the area. It's clean. I love how it's kept up, but it's nothing there. It's just been blank for a minute now, because I've been around the area a lot. We don't have nothing. There's no bikes, no little scooters. You got to go far. You got to go downtown, or you got to go to Royal Oak to get somewhere. There's nothing to do in the area is what I'm saying, and it's just blank there. It's nothing. And that's pretty much what I'm here for. That's it. It's quick.
Thank you. We don't, at the end, we're talk and respond to some of the things that the people say.
Okay.
And that was something really good that we have been actually working on.
We need to
Thank
care
you.
about them kids. Anybody else?
Would anybody else like to speak at this time?
Good evening.
Hi, good evening.
Again, my name is Wanda Moody, and I'm an Eastpointe resident, and I've been here since 1999. And I'm speaking tonight because I saw an article, and I have something I would like to respond to the article. And I'm going to read this, and hopefully my voice will not tremor. I have worked the voting polls for the last 3 elections and find an inner greatness when I'm working within this community. But today, I am very irritated with the pettiness within the body of the elected officials. This council has convened to impose a censure upon our mayor. This is the article that I read. And I freely say our mayor, because Mayor Owens fairly won and has earned the office for which she serves. Censure, the definition is a formal statement of disapproval. It is the public reprimand of a public official. It's my understanding it has no bearing for which to remove an individual from office. Because of the foolery and the childish accusations previously brought, it is evident there are individuals who disapprove of the mayor. You have succeeded with making your public reprimand and your public statement of disapproval. Let's be clear. There are individuals sitting before me for which I did not vote for nor approve of. However, again, I respect your office and simply want you to do your jobs. The same goes for the mayor. I want the unnecessary going back and forth to end and everyone do their jobs and do the right thing for the community, just as you promised when you were seeking our votes. There will never be a perfect government. However, we can be a great community, comprised of good people working together towards the same goal of making Eastpointe a great city, joining together for the greater good of all the people. Will every person get the outcome they want? Absolutely not. But one thing for sure, we can all agree we are wasting time and taxpayers' money on utterly ridiculous things. Let's concentrate on the water bills. Let's concentrate on street repair. Let's concentrate on homeowners, as myself, not having to pay for the repair of the sidewalk when the rain sits in front of my home. That's what we need to be concentrating on. So just stop it, get busy, and acknowledge there are so many other things within our community for which this energy can be used for. Thank you for your time.
Well, anybody, you only get one? Okay, thank you. Anybody else would like to speak at this time?
Hi, my name is Cassandra Ford, and I live on Juliana in Eastpointe, 18150 Juliana. I also volunteer on the Planning Commission. And I would like to say that that article that was put out that I read, I didn't even know about it until, because somebody called me and showed it to me, and I believe it was put out by you, Carly. It was an embarrassment to the city. It was an embarrassment to the city council. I do not understand what's going on with you guys. I think that, just like the lady said, you should all be able to work together. Now, I've been watching the city council meetings online. The first time I tuned in, there was a lot of back and forth being talked about the people that was on there, about the mayor. They were talking back and forth, and I interrupted and said, what in the world is going on? And then it stopped. So this thing been going on for a long time. And I understand that people have issues. We all have it. Just like the lady said, nobody's perfect. We all got issues. But we should be able to work together. This is a community that has an opportunity to show the world how to do this thing. We can do it if we all put our efforts into it. No, everybody not gonna get what they want. The mayor not gonna get what she want all the time. You ain't gonna get what you want all the time. Nobody's gonna get what they want all the time. But you all gotta figure out a way to work it out. I'm expecting you guys to do that. I'm hoping that you do that. And I believe you can do it if you work at it. So I'm asking y'all to do that.
The boss. I'm Kevin Ford. Not check 1, 2. I'm not in the political part, but my concern, we've been a resident since '96. I'm always bragging on Eastpointe, and I want to continue to do that. But my question is, how is it determined on far as the repairs of the streets? What part, because we just patching the streets, this area. Who determines on where they patch? Because in front of my house seemed like they should have did some cement work, but they didn't. But they charged me for a square on the sidewalk. I only seen one little line going through it. But so that was my biggest point there about who determines what street is done, how it's done, because we pay a lot of taxes. That's what I have.
Thank you, sir. If you would like, you can write down your address or email us your address where that area is so we can look into that. Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, name is Larry Edwards, long-time Eastpointe resident. I just want to make a comment and statement that I think it's very insensitive for the council, certain council people to make their last statement in regard of closing, in regard to Ukraine and what have you, when it's a known fact Ukraine is nothing but racist. And when people don't understand the whole situation of this war, which most people never understand, and especially if they're listening to this propaganda, mainstream media and what have you, that's nothing but liberal liars and what have you, and we go off of that, then you know nothing but what the lies they tell you. When in the Ukraine's own literature, their Peace Corps, it states in there how Negroes, how Africans, how certain people have to be aware when you come over here, you're going to be called certain names. You're going to be treated certain ways and what have you. They make no distinction about that. And then for us, I mean, without the audience and being able to have a last minute closing about something, remarks on behind and everything. I don't want to just hear one side of it. Everybody should be able, if you're going to speak your opinion about Ukrainians and how you hate others and all this and everything, everybody ought to be able to have a voice in it as well.
Would anybody else like to speak at this time?
Good evening, council members, mayor, city residents. My name is Donald Stores, and my wife and I have been a resident of Eastpointe for 22 years. I just want to say briefly how we appreciate every single one of you for the jobs that you have done to this point. Whether it be right, wrong, indifferent, you are the council. You make the decisions, and we reap the benefits. I like to think that we will continue to reap the benefits that you guys implement. And the only way that we can do that as citizens, as taxpayers, and as council individuals is to work together. I agree with everyone that came here today to speak on the behalf of the council and on the behalf of Eastpointe, Michigan, as we all live in. I'd like to say in closing that because of our proudness, because of the individuals that we voted for, we expect certain things. But what we don't expect, okay, is separation within the council. It's not going to work. You cannot work separately. You must continue to work as you started, together, as one, making decisions for all of us and making us happy and proud that we live in Eastpointe. May God bless us all.
Thank you all for speaking. Anyone else would like to speak at this time before I close the hearing of the public?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. You know, I've been attending these meetings for the last 2 months or so, and this last meeting made me realize that I had to sit down and write something, and after listening to all the residents, we do seem to have a problem. I'm retired. We've been living here only 10 years, but there's been a time where black weren't allowed at Eastpointe, and that's been over 30, 40 years ago. Now, we seem to have to come up with some kind of problems to allow the mayor to be able to do her job. Power must be shared. Respect also must be respect. And I would go by saying that I hope we can get this together soon. Thank you.
Anybody else would like to speak at this time? All right, seeing none. Also, you get an additional 3 minutes at the end if you would like to speak. The first hearing of the public is now closed. Thank you all for speaking. And some of you are first-time people that showed up, so that's awesome. We're going to go to our approval of the minutes for the regular meeting minutes for April 5th, 2022. Council?
Madam Mayor, I'll motion to approve the minutes for the regular meeting on April 5th, 2022.
Support?
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember Lucido,
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico,
Yes.
Mayor Owens,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Yes.
The next item on the agenda for the approval of the minutes is item B, the special meeting minutes, April 12, 2022.
Madam Mayor, I'll motion to approve the special meeting minutes of April 12th, 2022.
Support.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember Lucido,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Mayor Owens,
Abstain.
Councilmember DeMonico.
Yes.
We have no scheduled hearings tonight, and we have one item for under unfinished business, which is the second reading and adoption of ordinance number 22-1222, an ordinance to amend Chapter 30, peddlers, solicitors, and handbill distributors of the codified ordinances of the city of Eastpointe, and add a new article 6, mobile food businesses. Council?
Sure, Mayor, I'd be happy to make that motion. I'll move that we read and adopt, give second reading and adopt ordinance number 22-1222. Ordinance to amend Chapter 30 peddlers, solicitors, and handbill distributors of the codified ordinances of the City of Eastpointe and add a new Article 6, mobile food businesses.
Support.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember DeMonico,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lucido,
Yes.
Mayor Owens.
Yes. Now we're going to go to reports from administration, starting with our city manager report by Ms. Walton. Good evening.
Good evening. Still getting used to sitting up up top. So we'll start off with an election update. The clerk's office just sent out over 25,000 new voter information cards to the community. Those should all have hit in mailboxes. If you have any questions on that, please reach out to our clerk's office. We are also anticipating some changes to 4 precincts. The school district is doing some construction in the elementary school. So 4 of our precincts will have adjustments. The clerk's office has been working very diligently to get those reassigned, and we'll certainly be advertising and ensuring that we're transparent in the process and that we're very clear on where those precincts are. Moving forward, we have a big promotion ceremony over at the fire department. We have 6 promotions that happened in the fire department in the last few months. We've done some very quick ones that you've likely seen on social media, but our formal promotion ceremony will be tomorrow at the fire department at 9 a.m. We will have the county medical control present that will also be presenting an award of recognition to our first responders. So you're welcome to come on out to that. Our Chamber of Commerce is also doing a Women in Business group April 21st, so that's this week at 9 a.m. at the Oak Street Health, and you're encouraged, any women in business in the city of Eastpointe are welcome to encourage and participate in that as well. I know we have a lot of women-owned businesses in the city of Eastpointe, so we'd certainly encourage them to participate and join that. With that, that's the end of my report, but I can certainly answer any questions from Mayor or Council.
Thank you. Any questions for our city manager at this time?
One quick question, Madam Mayor. City Manager Walton, for Election Day then, for the new precincts, were we planning to, for the 4 that we need to change at the old locations, can we put like a sign or something at the old location just pointing to the new just in case?
Absolutely.
By that time someone doesn't see it?
Yes.
Cool. Thank you. That was all.
Okay, I have a question. I want to know the amount of expenses that we spent on the attorney for the ethics board.
I would have to get back for an accurate number. It's just over $2,000 for the initial one, and then I just received in the past week another bill that was just over $2,000. So it was just under $5,000 total.
Okay. So we spent $5,000 on an attorney for the ethics board. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, the next person we would like to hear from is our finance director from all the way down there, Mr. Blum. How are you this evening? You gotta get used to all this movement tonight, because you usually are down there, and now you're up here with me again, so.
I had to find the new button.
Yeah.
So good evening, Madam Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
I just want to let you know, I did send an email out this morning to all of council related to the budget. I want to make sure that everybody sees that and reviews it before our budget meetings in May. And that is all I have for this evening.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions? Seeing none, going to our city attorney, Mr. Albright. Mr. Albright, good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. I just wanted to address the resident in the audience that touched on the old Kmart site. The city does have a written consent agreement with the owner. That property recently changed hands, and so there is a new owner. And the owner agreed to a timetable to keep the property clean and to bring it up to code. As far as I know, that individual is on schedule with maintaining the property. If he does fall short in any way, the city has the right to enter the property, correct any code violations, remove litter, remove graffiti, and then bill the property owner for the costs that the city incurs. So that's what's going on there. I'm not sure what the property owner intends on doing or what businesses he intends on putting there at this point, but it is a new owner that is in charge of that building, and we hope to get some thriving businesses in there soon. And another item, Madam Mayor, I would like to touch on, I've been receiving a lot of inquiries from different individuals regarding the status of the issuance of medical marijuana licenses here in the city. Right now, the police department is currently going through background checks for all of the applicants. There were initially 22 applicants. Several of those have been disapproved for completeness. I believe that there is 16 candidates, Kim, that are currently doing background checks on the applicants, the shareholders, and any employees. And so we anticipate that process should be completed within the next 30 to 45 days. And then after that, the Medical Marijuana Committee, which meets here in the council chambers, will then begin the scoring process to select 3 licenses for provisioning centers here in the city. So again, we anticipate that should happen sometime in June. And then to the applicants, for anybody watching, again, I've been receiving a lot of inquiries from attorneys and the applicants themselves. They will receive notice of that meeting. Again, it will take place here. I know we've been doing the meetings on Wednesday afternoons. I would imagine we'll probably still keep that same schedule. Those meetings are open to the public, so anybody that wishes to attend those meetings, again, those meetings will take place here in the council chamber. So, Madam Mayor, that's all I have for this evening. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for our attorney?
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing none, going right into new business. Item A, the bid award, as needed emergency water, sewer, and utility repairs. Any questions? If not, let's move right along.
Madam Mayor, I'll motion that we award the bid for as-needed emergency water, sewer, and utility repairs to J.J. Mish Incorporated of Roseville, Fontana Construction of Shelby Township, Superior Excavating of Auburn Hills, and Ayeli Construction Company of Shelby Township for the rates specified in their individual bid submittals. They were opened on February 1st, 2022, for the period beginning April 20, 2022 through March 31st, 2025.
Support.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Mayor, before we vote, can I comment real briefly?
Yes, please.
First, I wanted to say I really appreciate administration for doing this bid. I think this will be good. You know, usually there's not order to emergencies, but I think this will help bring order to like emergency, you know, water main repairs and sewer repairs. I think this will be very helpful for budgeting funds with the city. And then second, I just wanted to confirm one thing from the letter. Since, you know, there's 4 bidders, I just wanted to confirm that we are asking the low bidder each time if they are available for the emergencies, and if they're not, going through the list lowest to highest. And then I know there is the, like if someone's a specialist on something, we'll kind of have a list ahead of time of that, and maybe we'd ask that company for that type of repair. I just wanted to confirm that was the strategy.
Yes, it was.
Okay. That was all I had. Thank you.
Great. Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember DeMonico,
Yes.
Councilmember Lucido,
Yes.
Mayor Owens,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Yes.
Next item, item B, the bid award for 10 Mile Road Basketball Court Project. Council.
Madam Mayor, I'll motion to award the bid for the construction of the 10 Mile Road Basketball Court project to the lowest bidder, Best Asphalt Incorporated of Romulus, Michigan, for the base bid amount of $98,775 plus a 10% contingency.
Support?
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember Lucido,
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico,
Yes.
Mayor Owens,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Yes.
Next item is item C, approval of bond council proposal. Council.
Madam Mayor, I motion to authorize the finance director to sign all necessary documentation related to the proposal provided by Miller Canfield for bond counsel services.
Support.
Yes, sir.
One question about this. So I just want to ask why we did not utilize Mitten for this as we would for any other project and do competitive formal bidding.
This is not the type of service that is on the Mitten website. None of the attorneys are members of Mitten. They don't look for that type of activity. I mean, we went out for, city attorney services. You wouldn't find that on Mitten. There's just certain items that do not end up there in certain categories of, let's call them vendors, that do not participate in Mitten because of that.
I mean, I looked on Mitten, and just in the last couple months even, there was City of East Lansing and City of Flint put in a bid on Mitten for bond counsel services, so that's not true.
Okay, well, that is new to me then. There's only a few firms that actually do this work in the state of Michigan, and even less that do the pension bonds.
Sure.
So there's three, well, four that I sent notices to, three that I knew did it, one that I thought might, and they were the one that returned with, they do the underwriting part. So there really is a limited pool of people that do this.
Yeah, that's fine. I guess so, yeah, my opinion is just, I just would want to make sure we, reach as wide of an audience as possible, which is, usually why I would bring this up. For any other item, I do understand some things for sure have much less contractors out there that would do a certain type of work. But I would just want us, especially, this will be something that's going to be, what are we doing, 20, or how many years? Was this going to be? This is going to be.
That'll be part of the conversation,
Yeah.
actually, is how long is it going to be and how much is it going to be?
So it's going to be a many-year thing. I would just want to make sure that we, don't rely on 4 emails necessarily. And of course, we've worked with the company, at least for this item before, multiple times. But that's just my concern for them.
So you said you went on Mitten and saw that other communities did put this out for bid?
Yes.
So is that something that you want to try moving, with this? You want us to, what do you think, tabling this and doing that, or what's your thoughts?
That's council's call. I'm ready to move forward and get the process moving, but if council wishes, it can be redone on Mitten.
Ms. Walton, you was about to make a comment.
I just mentioned too, part of, I think when you do go on Mitten, some of the people that are involved, when they are posted, are more so national banks, not necessarily anything that's happening local within the state of Michigan. Miller Canfield is who we have been working with. They're very familiar with our financing. So it is a very understandable recommendation to move forward with Mr. Blum's recommendation.
How did you go about looking for them? Did you go throughout Michigan, locally, just in Macomb County?
They have to be certified in the state of Michigan to do municipal bonds in the first place.
Okay.
And then they have to, also, not everybody that does municipal bonds wants to deal with the extra work of the pension bonds. So that's what I'm saying. It's a somewhat limited pool for bond counsel anyways of who does the pension bonds.
Okay.
I know that because I've seen the bonds of other communities.
Okay. Any other questions? Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember Lucido,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Mayor Owens,
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico.
No.
Next item is approval of GLWA letters. Council?
And Madam Mayor, we, item D also.
What's that? We did this one already, we did that one. Okay, thank you. I'm glad you're sitting here with me. Item D, approval of municipal financial advisor proposal. Council?
Madam Mayor, I'll motion to authorize the finance director to sign all necessary documentation related to the proposal provided by Bendowski and Company for municipal financial advisor services.
Support.
Motion and support?
Mayor, I'll just be voting no again for the same reason.
Okay. Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember Lucido,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Mayor Owens,
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico.
No.
Next item is item E. I'm on the right path, you are. Approval of the GLWA letters. Council?
Mayor, I move that we approve the city manager to send the state of Michigan and GLWA letters regarding the Highland Park debt expense.
Support.
Motion and support. I had a question about this one. Now, we had gave them a certain amount of money already, Highland, GLW for Highland Park. How do we, and we're writing a letter to the governor, is there any way we can obtain those funds that we had already dispersed out? How do we get those funds back?
Well, unless GLWA is going to willingly give it back, we would have to file suit to get it back.
That's what I was probably going to say next. So
Yeah.
is that something you think that all cities are going to do together to get their
It
money
would-
back?
If
or
it's
would
going to
be more
happen, it
effective?
would need to happen that way, yeah. I believe the hope is that the state will step in and fix the problem they created,
Okay,
and then we will get our money back that way.
okay. Some of you all probably don't know that Highland Park is having a lot of problems fixing their water and things like that. So a lot of communities around Michigan is sharing the cost of their problem. And so how much have we paid them as a community so far?
I can only speak to the water side of it,
Yeah.
which is about $150,000 over the many years.
Mhm.
There's a much larger piece that's part of the sewer that comes through the sanitary district, and I do not have that number.
Okay, thank you. So a lot of communities that are paying into that are writing a letter to the governor saying, you know, this is not fair. We shouldn't be paying another city's bills when we have our own. And so we're just talking about that right now. So I just want to give you all a heads up if you all don't have the packet right in front of you. So we have motion and support. Please call the roll. Thank you.
Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lucido,
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico,
Yes.
Mayor Owens.
Yes. Item F, receive and file the zoning ordinance update proposed process dated January 25th, 2022. Council?
Sure, Mayor, I'll motion that we receive and file the zoning ordinance update proposed process by Laura Haw of McKenna dated January 25th, 2022.
Support.
Motion and support. Please call the roll.
Councilmember DeMonico,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lucido,
Yes.
Mayor Owens.
Yes. Next, item G, selection of a city council member to participate on the steering committee to update the zoning ordinance.
Madam Mayor, I'll motion to appoint Councilmember DeMonico to the Zoning Ordinance Steering Committee.
I'll support that.
I know I had thought about, because what time would this be during the, is it during the day? Is it, 'cause I'm trying to see.
Yes, so we're in the process of working with McKenna to update our zoning ordinance. And so our intention is to create a steering committee where we will have members from DDA, Planning Commission, City Council, and ZBA participate so that they're familiar with the updates in the zoning ordinance that's coming. They will monthly meet with Planning Commission. I know Councilmember DeMonico is the liaison for the Planning Commission, so there will be monthly updates to the Planning Commission. We were hoping that, I know Councilmember Baker was aware and actually participated unintentionally when he had stopped in, but they will be during the day, and we're hoping that another member that is not involved in Planning Commission, so that there are multiple members of council that are aware of what's going on with the zoning ordinance. But there will be consistent updates going to Planning Commission, so Councilmember DeMonico will get updates. But then if we can have someone else, then we have multiple members of council that are directly involved with this process, would be our administration's recommendation.
Yeah, since you're already a part of planning, you'll know the information already. I was thinking about Councilman Baker
Well,
being a part of that.
Sure, Madam Mayor. City Manager, that's not what was discussed at the Planning Commission meeting, though. They said the group would decide when they're meeting, once the group's decided, so I don't know when this changed.
Can I ask a question really quick?
Yeah.
Can't we have two council members on it? I mean, because it's still not a quorum, so any decisions made.
Yep, that's council's
Okay.
decision.
Well, then I'll amend my motion to add Councilman DeMonico and Councilman Baker to the steering committee.
Support?
Support, yeah. Okay.
Motion and support. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Lucido,
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico,
Yes.
Mayor Owens,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Yes.
Next item is the adoption of resolution number 22-1940, the 38th District Court Part-Time Magistrate. Council?
Madam Mayor, I
Yes,
think
sir.
one quick note, we all received a slight change to the, from Judge Galen to the resolution. It just has the magistrate's name in it.
Thank you.
The State Court Administrative Office had just requested that, so it has just appointing Mark J. McCoskey as P numbers 27979, just so there's no ambiguousness to it. That was all.
And she appointed this person, correct? She appointed, okay. All right. I believe we have motion and support, correct?
Nobody
Go
made,
ahead.
I don't believe anybody made a motion. There was no motion.
Okay.
I can make that motion.
Please.
I'll motion we adopt resolution number 221940, acknowledging receipt of communication regarding the filling of the vacancy of the part-time magistrate for the 38th District Court.
Support.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember DeMonico,
Yes.
Councilmember Lucido,
Yes.
Mayor Owens,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Yes.
The next item is a discussion on Clean City Initiative. I'm going to let our city manager open this up.
All right, so I know we've heard many times here, even in hearing of the public, about litter and trash that we've seen around the community. The mayor had stopped in, and that was part of a discussion that we had in terms of the trash and the litter and what it is we can do to kind of make a change in our community, and then also bring and involve many others in the community. So we had a meeting that involved many of the directors in the community to try and pool our ideas together to see what we can do to move forward. So some of the initiatives that we've already started just to make some changes in the community in regards to litter that we've seen is there will be a water bill insert coming in May that the building department has put together, just informing residents as well as business owners in terms of our ordinances, and then requests to assist with not throwing things out. If you do pick up trash or anything in the community, I know there are some companies that will pick up items from homes, being attentive that things aren't flying out of trucks, having conversations with our contractors as well about that. We're also hoping to advertise more on social media in terms of what our requests are and our hopes in terms of littering and ensuring that we're keeping our community clean. I know our DPW director has been looking into creating some signs in the area just so that when people do drive into our community, they're aware of our ordinances and being attentive to not throwing trash outside of their vehicles. That has been a problem. I know our public safety director and DPW director have been aware of that. And we've also been looking at hosting cleanup events. I know Councilmember DeMonico has done that in the community. Our director has participated in that in the community, and they've actually been very successful. So we'd like to, ahead of time, schedule some community cleanups, some during the day, some on the weekend, so that other people in the community can also partake and participate. We'd like to partner with different organizations as well. I know a lot of our civic organizations are interested in helping out, our businesses, and us ourselves. So even on a Saturday, if you have a free time and you're able to join us and help out, we'd love to all partner together to keep our community clean. If you'd like to add anything, Mayor?
Yeah, absolutely. I just want you to open up, get all the good stuff out. So this cleanup initiative, as I've been living in this city, I've seen a lot of different changes. People just trash everywhere, and it's getting horrible. And when you have a city full of trash, it brings blight and well, I can't get this out. I don't know, this trash thing is just bothering me. So, and a lot of blight and crime in the city. So when you have a trashy city, all type of people come into your city, and you got shootings, you got all type of things, and people don't respect your city, and they don't respect the image. And so I was riding down the street, and I seen somebody look like they got their purse and just dumped their whole purse in the middle of my street. And it was horrible how people are treating our city. And I said, I have to do something about it. And then my kids saw it, and, we started picking up the trash, and I took some pictures, and I said, this is getting too bad. What can we do about it? And so myself, the city manager, also the DPW director, also our director of public safety, some organizations and things came up with this cleanup initiative. Because if you have a healthy city, you have healthy lives, right? And we have to have this city clean. And so it's so important how our city looks, because it talks a lot about how we are as a city. And we want people to respect our city. And so putting up signs, like you go to different cities, you talk about pickup and things like that. Pick up your litter, you get a fine. So we want to make people aware that we're serious about our city. So we have a list of dates that the city manager and the team put together for you all. It's going to be on the website if you all don't have it in your hand. And we want you all to come out and invest in your community. This is where you live. This is where you have your businesses at. We also have a faith-based council here that me and my bishop put together to make sure that even the churches are getting together. So organizations, churches, the people that work for the city, our contractors, our residents, our business owners, we need you to keep this city clean. We can't do it by ourselves. All of us up here, we can't do this by ourselves. Our DPW, our Director of Public Safety, we have certain jobs that we're trying to do. We can't do this thing by ourselves. So even if you go out to your neighbor and pick up trash, it is a lot of work. If you go on 8 Mile and Gratiot, it's trashy over there. It looks bad. And that is entering Eastpointe, and it looks bad. So when you come into Eastpointe and you see nothing but trash, you're going to want to do something bad. Certain people, they come in here, and then they're going to throw more stuff, and then they're going to trash other businesses. So in order for us to move forward, we have to do better in our city. And I'm asking you to help us do that. So if you see these dates on here and these times, even if you can do an hour, even if you can't come and you can donate gloves or anything like that. We also reached out to the school as well to get some volunteers. So we're looking for volunteers. Email us and let us know if you can make these dates so we can send reminders out and let you know. We just want to get a list of people and make this strong, make this a community thing, and keep our city clean. So this is our Clean City initiative that, like I said, I don't want to say that I just put it together. It was like a team thing. The residents emailed me and said it was a problem. You just came up here and said it was a problem. This has been a problem for a long time. And so it's time to stop talking about things and start doing things. But you can't put all those things on your mayor or your council and your DPW and your director of public safety. It's up to you to take up for your city. So if you're going to pay your taxes here and do those things here, invest in your city. Take some time out and pick up some trash, okay? And so our city can bling bling, okay? So, yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I
Yes,
just have
ma'am.
one thing. So first of all, so I see you have like 2 dates a month. If we could just make sure that we keep these posted,
Right.
updated on our Facebook and on the electronic sign every month. And also, I was wondering if there was a way for the city to do, like, I don't know if we have like emails for all the business owners, but just to kind of let them be aware too, because it's something that they might, be interested in making sure that they go out and clean up on that day, so.
Yes, I believe we have about 650 businesses that our economic developer, Ms. Holman, is actually working on to push that effort, to make sure all the businesses know about these events and do business-to-business cleanups and things like that, and events within, that we're going to continuously do. And also, like I said right here, just let us know what dates you can do. We have like 2 a month, correct? So if you can't make it during the afternoon, you can make it in the morning and things like that. So we're really trying to push this and make it successful. I don't want us to all come the first 2 times and then don't do it anymore. Let's be committed to certain things. Let's be committed to our city. So, you want us to be committed up here, you have to be committed too. We all have to take a part in our city and what's going on. So I want to thank everybody that had a part in this and putting this together. Our DPW director is going to make sure there are additional, if you're a business here and you need garbages, buy a garbage in front of your business. And if you can't afford one or you need help, talk to us, let us know, because we want to do whatever we need to do to make sure this city is clean, it's effective, and it's running smoothly. And so we need your help in doing that. And also, if you have any other ideas on this Clean City initiative, email us, because we need your help. We don't know how to do everything by ourselves. We need your help and your ideas. So please send it to us and let us know. This will be starting Thursday, May 5th, 2022. The first timing is at 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. And then on Saturday, May 21st, 2022, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. So, if you can't commit or can't be there, at least share it on your Facebook page. If you want to donate, we take donations too, as far as no money or anything like that. Like if you want to bring some gloves or things like that and help and some masks, we'll take it. Just be a help, and things like that. Anybody want to add anything?
Sure. Yeah, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to get background so the Beautification Commission, probably 5 years ago, somewhere around there, probably around 2017 or something, resident, Andy Boyer, came to the Beautification Commission meeting, which it's rare to see someone from the public that's not on the commission come out, so it was exciting. This resident came out and suggested basically this exact same idea, and the Beautification Commission got together, and he cooks on the side, so we called it, the Clean Up, Eat Up, and we started that like 5 years ago. And so he ended up being on the commission after that, but one resident came out, and the Beautification Commission had, at least not in the recent past, done something like that with the commission. So that was really exciting, and we've done it. COVID screwed up the streak, but I think we've done it 4 or 5 times now, like 17, 18, 19. And then last year, I guess technically I kind of did that one because, things were crazy with COVID just last minute. We did one in April again. We've done it each April, probably about 20 people came out. So we have been doing this. Did we talk to, I guess 2 questions. Who is managing this? Like, who's showing up with, because usually we come out with, like you were saying, gloves, bags, and the vests so that you're nice and bright.
Yeah.
Who's doing that each of the times? And then, what was my other question? I guess that question first, I guess. Who's handling that?
So all of our directors have been involved. I know I will be at several of them. I know DPW, we've had conversations of having staff there, people from DPW, our public safety director, so administration will have someone there. I know we invested in like some of the grippers when Mr. Fairbrother was here. He had worked with the public safety director to put it together, so we have a lot of the equipment, so we will maintain that.
Well, so I think in the past, I think the city council's been, because this is going to take time away from all the directors and everybody doing this from what they are normally paid to do, right? Or are we paying overtime? I guess we never really talked about that part. And then I guess have we not, so we haven't talked to the Beautification Commission about this? Well, we haven't because I'm the liaison, and unless there was a phone call that I, don't know about, but how come we haven't talked to the commission that's done this? And then I think I'd want to know how this is working for budget reasons, or we're going to be taking people away from other things they do. I mean, we should definitely do clean up the litter, but I think generally we've done that with volunteers and tried to find volunteers so that we're not taking people away from their, professional job during the day.
Absolutely. And just speaking in previous situations when we've done this, we have not paid overtime. Our staff have volunteered their time. If it's needed, I will volunteer every time and be there. I know many of our directors have done that as well and have also volunteered a lot of their time. We've never paid overtime for a cleanup like this. A lot of the people, well, I would say every single director and staff that come here come to better Eastpointe. And so I do the same. Even if I come on a Saturday, I'm not paid overtime. And so we're putting this program together for the betterment of Eastpointe, not to make overtime from it. And we'll do what it takes to get it done, and it will not impact the budget. We will also reach out. We will also reach out and share this with all of the boards and commissions. We'll ask for everyone to participate. You guys are all welcome to come and participate, but we'll make sure that it gets done and it won't impact the budget.
Well, I do just want to say this is why we have the boards and commissions. The Beautification spent a lot of time putting litter cleanups together. I don't know why and rightfully so, these 11 people come out every month and do great things for the city. They do the landscape awards. They do all this, and they haven't even been looped in on this, and now we're just going to go and do a litter cleanup. I would hope that our volunteers that are unpaid were motivating to do things, but now we're kind of going around them. I'd be upset if I was them. So I just feel like we have not gone about this the right way, I guess.
And absolutely, and I respect your opinion in that. We will certainly reach out to the boards and commissions. We respect everyone that volunteers their time on our boards and commissions, and we will certainly reach out. It was an administrative thing when you have people that are contacting your directors with complaints, that are contacting council members with complaints, that are coming to council meetings for it. It's not necessarily a volunteer a volunteer issue where a council member or a board or commission member needs to address it. It's something that administration needs to now take a hold of to make sure that things are consistent and moving forward. So that was our intention. It was not to take anything away from a board or commission. We will be certain that the dates are shared with them. We will encourage their participation. They're absolutely welcome, and we're appreciative of their service on their boards and commissions.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
The chair of the Beautification Commission actually was here in the building, and we had a discussion about it. Everybody does agree there's more than enough trash to go around, but she was fully aware of it. And I will be happy to update her again with the dates. But
When we put this together, this is just a discussion of what we moving forward. We don't need permission from the beautification. This is a citywide initiative. This is not a beautification initiative. This is a city initiative. And as a city, every director, every church, we reached out to the schools, and she was also reaching out to the commissions. That was something that was on our agenda, to reach out to the commissions as far as the beautification. And as you can see, we did that. So we don't want to talk about positive and find something negative all the time. This is something positive that we're trying to do. And some of your questions were good as far as, the overtime and stuff like that. I'm not saying that. But, so that was, good questions. But it sounds like sometimes every time we're trying to do something positive to move forward, it's always those little barriers that people are trying to find. And there's none here. But if you all find some, please email us. And we will do our very best, because we do not want to spend any money. And also, our city manager is also looking for grants. I've seen a couple grants to clean up the environment and to clean up the city. So she's been looking for grants and also partnerships with people like our, what's that, GFL, is it GFL, who does our trash. They even said they would come out, volunteer, and help us clean up as well. So, these people that we pay so much money for, in contracting with the city, we're asking them to come and also partner with us to keep our city clean. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I was going to actually just kind of, because you were talking about looking for grants and stuff, ask if we've reached out to GFL to get donations for like garbage bags or anything like that to at least help.
So we have not. Our intention was to present it to council initially, share the dates, and then we were going to move forward. So we've not reached out to anyone. This is just our first presentation to council, sharing what our initiative is to move forward. We'll reach out to the boards and commissions, we'll reach out to the businesses, and then begin sharing it. But we wanted to present it here first.
All right, perfect, thank you.
Yeah. Anybody have any more questions?
Well, just more, I've been to every beautification cleanup, so, I've put the time out there, and we've thrown out, 50 bags of garbage each time, basically. It's, fill 2 pickup trucks worth. So, I'm there to do the work. I'm certainly not saying that, just all these questions were really not answered in here, so that is all.
Well, like the city manager said, and like myself and all of the city, you have been on a beautification and have picked up a lot of trash for a lot of years, and we want to say thank you for all the work you've done. And you're not left out. You're part of this too. So we want to say thank you for the work. Some of the things that we're doing was shown, you were an example of some of the work that we're trying to make it bigger. So the beautification yourself, you can't do all, we can share the trash, like Ms. Holman said. So, so we just doing things that you already started and making it bigger, Councilman DeMonico. So thank you for that. So we're going to move forward unless anyone has anything else to add to that.
Yeah, I like the idea. I believe there is always going to be enough trash to share with everybody else. So
Right.
I'm in support of it.
Thank you. But how we would do it, we would usually, when Councilman DeMonico does it with the beautification, we start, usually it's on 8 Mile and Gratiot, right, Mr. Councilman DeMonico?
Yeah, we've done various parts around the city. The median on 8 Mile for sure has been popular.
Right.
We've done 9 Mile and I-94, 10 Mile and I-94. Trash seems to get piled up there. We've done the alleyways on 10 Mile. We've done the Kelly median, the Gratiot median. That's probably the main parts we've done. If people don't like being on the main roads or we have children, we'll, send them to a less traffic road, something like that.
Okay. Since you've been doing this for so long, if you can give us a map, because how we're going to do it, we're going to do it, put people in sections, some over here, so we can get a lot more done in one day than less. Sometimes we spend more time on 8 Mile and 8 Mile and Gratiot than any other place, and we had tons of bags. So we're gonna try to separate it this time with a plan and a strategy, and we'll share that with you once we connect with more commissions and things like that. So the more people that we connect with, the better this will be. And with your help and letting us know what you have done in the past to add to what we can do in the future, that would help. So we're gonna go to item J, the adoption of resolution number 22-1941, Clean City Initiative is a resolution that our city manager put together for us, and I'll go ahead and read that resolution. The resolution of the City of Eastpointe for a Clean City Initiative, whereas litter leaves a blighted stain on our quality of life and is destructive of wildlife and the natural environment, and whereas littering is a crime and attracts additional criminal behavior, and whereas littering influences others to litter, and whereas the City of Eastpointe continues to have litter problems and spend tax dollars to pick up litter along our roadsides and in our public spaces, and whereas littering creates a negative impression for residents and visitors, and whereas the City of Eastpointe will increase enforcement of this crime, raise awareness about the act of littering, reduce the overall amount of litter, and will not tolerate this crime through a Clean City Initiative to significantly reduce litter in the community. I had a long day, you all, so excuse me. Whereas special attention will be given to vehicles hauling unsecured loads, acts of illegal dumping, and motorists of pedestrians improperly tossing away items. Other items of focus will be improperly containerized garbage in residential areas, commercial dumpsters, and construction debris. And whereas the City of Eastpointe is being proactive in litter prevention by working with residents, commercial businesses, and civic organizations to educate and assist in creating a cleaner community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Eastpointe does hereby proclaim a Clean City Initiative for litter and encourages all citizens to work together, stand firm against the act of littering, and act responsibly throughout the year for a cleaner community to preserve the natural beauty, quality of life, and health of our community. So I'm glad that you put this together. We all assigned this. And I want to say something to our Director of Public Safety. And I know you said something about if the residents or business owner takes a picture of someone dumping litter. Let's talk about that a little bit before you move forward.
Yeah, if you're driving down the road and somebody throws a carton of food out the window, just take a picture of their license plate and see if you can identify the driver. You can call the non-emergency number, and then we will follow up, and hopefully we can issue them the appropriate citation.
And how much is that citation, Director?
It's over $300. It's not cheap.
And I think we're producing signs, correct, that to make people aware that once they dump something, you got to pay for it. So, that's just making people know that Eastpointe, we are not playing about our city. We love our city, and we're going to keep it the way it is. So we're going to our next.
Madam Mayor?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Sorry. I will motion to adopt resolution number 22-1941, establishing a Clean City Initiative for the City of Eastpointe.
I support.
Yes,
Hey,
sir.
there is one item that's like contrary to what we were just talking about, though. We said we're spending tax dollars to pick up litter. What do we mean by that? I guess that's where all my questions came from. We're just saying now it's volunteer only, because otherwise we got to get into, I think, a budget discussion, rightfully so. I mean, we do want to clean up litter, but I don't get then what we mean in the resolution about spends tax dollars to pick up litter. What do we mean by this then?
Absolutely. So our DPW does go around and pick up the trash. So if there is a problem area, DPW is contacted and they would pick it up. So if you see, something in the road, somebody drops a, bag of trash in the road, which has happened. We've actually had a director that was driving in and seen a bag of trash in the road. Our DPW staff go over and pick that up. We have DPW staff that go to each one of the smart bus stops. They pick up trash. So we do spend tax dollars just in normal day-to-day operations with the DPW that do manage the trash in the community. That was not specific to spending money for the Clean City Initiative.
Madam Mayor, if I may, the DDA also spends about between $4,000 and $5,000 a month for J.J. Mish's crew to clean litter just in the DDA area. So that's a lot of money for a small area.
I believe we have a motion and support.
Councilmember Lucido,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Mayor Owens,
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico,
Yes.
Okay, next item is the approval of special event application, dedicated senior medical center health fair, April 30th, 2022.
Madam Mayor, I have one question.
Yes,
And,
ma'am.
I don't know if our director of Rohit would want to address this. I noticed that the fire department's letter said that they cannot concur with the proposed special event request as provided.
I can double back on that. I talked to the fire marshal. So initially, he needed a site plan. So when the special event was initially submitted, we did not have a site plan included with it. We did follow up, get a site plan, and then there's an additional memo from the fire marshal that did approve it. There were some restrictions in terms of having their food truck inspected, vendors being further away from the roadway there in Kelly, generators being further away. So there was an additional memo that was being sent out over, and I know our building official also spoke with the business owner, and they will comply with the request that the fire marshal has submitted.
That's all I have.
There's one question. I know with these events, they have to provide that insurance that comes with it. Has that been provided yet? Or
I'd have to follow up with our city clerk. I'm not aware, or our deputy city clerk, I'm not aware that the insurance has been provided yet, but we will ensure if council does approve this event that it is provided prior to the event.
thank you.
It should be part of the motion that we get the insurance.
Well, Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion with what Councilman Baker brought up then. I'll move we approve the special event application. Oh, I'm in the wrong one. For the dedicated senior medical center health fair, April 30th, 2022, as long as general liability insurance is provided.
Support.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember DeMonico,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lucido,
Yes.
Mayor Owens.
Abstain. Item L, approval of special event application, Memorial Day Parade, May 30th, 2022. Council?
I think with this one, this is the same thing too with the insurance, right?
Sure, then, Madam Mayor, I'll motion we approve the special event application for Memorial Day Parade on May 30th, 2022, as long as general liability insurance is provided.
Support.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember DeMonico,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lucido,
Yes.
Mayor Owens.
Yes. Next item is discussion on planning consultants contract. I believe this is put on by our councilwoman.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So really quick, I just wanted to bring this. So I had spoke with a couple of people from the Planning Commission, and they just wanted to know, like, when we approve to hire our planning consultants, they were asking if maybe, like, we could get their opinion, because they work with them every month at their planning commission meetings. So just to kind of, have the planning commission maybe have some sort of item on their agenda before we approve that contract, just giving their opinion on what they, think about the firm being used.
Well, that seems to be something new that's not normally done by a commission, a recommending body. And being that city administration does our contracts and things, I mean, I think if they have concerns, like say there's a company that they're familiar with, I mean, I feel that they have the availability to email or come in or talk to and express those concerns. But I mean, I wouldn't be comfortable with a commission determining or having, unless I'm misunderstanding something.
No, I agree. I wouldn't want them to actually be making any decisions, just giving us a recommendation. Like, we get recommendations to change ordinances from them, zoning ordinances from them, and, and things like that all the time. We get, recommendations. We had a recommendation tonight from the Parks Commission for the basketball courts, with the materials to use and things like that. So I wouldn't expect them to actually make the decision. That would ultimately be council's decision to approve the contract.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that I would want them to make the decision.
But I think the other concern or thing that I see is being that they meet typically once a month. That seems like that would interfere with the flow of business day to day. So now it seems that we'd have to put things on hold and wait for those recommendations monthly. I just wouldn't want to see us pigeonholed like that.
No, I don't want it monthly, so only when we renew the contract. So I think what's the contract we have with McKenna right now, 2 years or 3 years?
For planning, we just extended it 3 years.
So 3 years for planning. So before we, in 3 years, after we go out to bid or before we go out to bid, just to have the planning commission, because we're hiring that company to work with the planning commission. So it would only be right before that contract renewal. It wouldn't be like a monthly thing or even a yearly thing. It would only be when it comes time to renew the contract, because we're hiring them to work with planning commission. I mean, that's their sole purpose, so.
Yeah, but I believe that, but city administration has to work along with them as well. And I wouldn't be comfortable doing it that way. I think if they have concerns about a company, they can voice those concerns. They have that open door policy to do so.
Well, what if we even just gave them the ability to, like, if administration just said, hey, we're looking at going out to bid, and just informed them that this is going to happen, so they have the ability to contact council, because a lot of them didn't even realize that it was going to be up on our agenda. So, like, just making them aware that it's going to go out, so they do have that opportunity just to email us, even if it's not a discussion at their table.
That seems like a roundabout way of almost doing the same thing. And I prefer to leave administration decisions in the hands of administration. I think that, we're the deciding body as to who they choose when they bring a company forward. I would be comfortable just leaving it as it stands, but that's just my opinion. Today I'm one of 4 votes, so that's just me.
I concur with Mayor Pro Tem Lucido on this. I think we definitely should have more input. I mean, I voted no on this motion because the same reason I said today, that we're not going out to bid for things. We just renewed a 3-year contract without even looking for other bidders. So I'm definitely open, and I've been saying that for years and years and years, that we should be going out. Well, I mean, literally our ordinances say we should be going out for formal bidding for anything now over $15,000, because the amount was tripled recently. It was $5,000 where it would be our authority. Clearly, a planning contract's going to be over $5,000. So we should be getting input, especially from the leaders in the community that are taking at least once a month time out of their day to do this. I think that's a great idea. I mean, but just going out to bid, I think would be a good compromise, at least, because then, and letting the planning commission know, because then at least they'll know and they could give us input. Right now, it would have just been input on to hire McKenna or not. There were no other options.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think going out to bid is one thing, but then asking the planners or the planning commission who they recommend, then that would now mean that they have to have whatever it takes to determine that this company is better than that company. My fear is also that someone may think that it presents a conflict of interest, not knowing some kind of affiliation. So for instance, if I was on the planning commission and I said, hey, I believe that company B is acceptable. Well, what is my relationship to anybody in company B? Whereas our purchasing agent is held to a different standard. It's not to say that anybody is going to do anything wrong, but just to eliminate the possibility of that suspicion. I think it's best to leave it as is. And that way, it's clear cut, we're following rules. If we go out to bid, that's one thing. However, that process is supposed to work. But I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that. Nothing against anybody on the planning commission. I wouldn't accuse anybody of having ulterior motives, but I think that there will always be someone who will just wonder in the back of their mind, say, okay, they recommend that company, I wonder why. And so just for the sake of avoiding the appearance of impropriety, I would feel more comfortable leaving it in the hands of our purchasing agent and city administration.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, to what you're saying, Councilman Baker, all of the city council members and board and commission members and city administration would all be held to the same ethical standard. If there is a conflict, say somebody works, I mean, there's at least one person who works in professional planning on the planning commission. If they did work directly with them, they would need to say that, just like anybody that works for city administration, I guess, if they have some sort of financial conflict or something like that, or if the ethics ordinance spells it out, it would be the same for anybody. Wouldn't matter if you're a commission member or city management or council. I mean, if one of us worked for McKenna, we clearly shouldn't be voting to approve their contract, so.
Yeah, but I know there's language structured differently for a purchasing agent. So I understand your viewpoint, but I wouldn't feel comfortable okaying it like that. Because, I mean, now we have to, how do we do the background and know if Rob Baker works with Company B over there? Like, who knows that?
Well, Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's why I was saying, like, maybe if we just gave them a heads up that we're going out to bid, they can just email us. I mean, they're probably less likely to give us an opinion on what company we should hire. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm more looking at just their opinion on the planning company that we're presently using. And I only say that because they are, like, we make that decision who we're gonna hire, but we don't really work hand in hand with the planners as closely as the planning commission does. So that's why, to me, their opinions would just be nice to be heard. And that's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking for them to make any decisions. I just feel like the more knowledge that you have, the more better decision you can make. Like the more, you know what I'm saying? Like I love when all these people come out here and they speak and I get to hear their opinions. I take all of that into consideration. So just having a broader span of knowledge helps me make what I think is the proper decision for the whole community.
So if we're gonna go with just a company that they're already experienced with, that's one thing. But if you're talking about hiring someone new, then how do we know their take, or how do we know their affiliation, their expertise on this company? It creates a whole different set of parameters, and this is I don't want to keep repeating myself. I'm not comfortable with it, and that's how I'm gonna stand on it.
Council, how do we know the same question for people on council too?
Yeah, but that's the way we're structured. We have to make that decision.
Yeah.
So I didn't make those rules. I just follow them, and I'm going to stand on my opinion about it. And that's all I have to say about it.
Did you make
There was no motion. I mean,
Just a
this is 3 years
discussion.
out, so before this even would come up again.
Okay.
Because we just renewed them. I just wanted to bring it to light as an idea because I just think that if we were gonna hire a new finance director, I would want Ms. Walton's opinion, you know, because she works with them. So that's why I was kind of looking at it that way. That's all I have for that, but we'll move on to the next item.
Okay. Well, that's why we're council. Everybody has their own, opinions, experiences, and things like that, and we share them up here. So that's why we all are here. So we go on to item N, discussion and possible approval of the Arts and Cultural Diversity Commission to paint a mural on the facade of the Patriot Building at Spindler Park. I know our Councilwoman Lucido put this on here. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I actually am going to be looking for a motion this evening to give them permission. So the Arts and Cultural Diversity Commission, they would like to paint a mural on the front of the Patriot Building. It'll be to the left of the door. If you go to the Patriot Building, which is located at Spindler Park, the building recently has been updated. So they want to paint a mural on the front to kind of add some color and light to the community and kind of brighten up that building, because right now it's just what's the color of this room. So to really spruce it up, I think it'll look really nice. So they're looking tonight for council to give them approval to move ahead with painting a mural on the front of that building. And they kind of gave a proposed, the colors might be a little bit more vibrant than what's in the picture. This is just the scape they're kind of going with, so.
I wasn't at this meeting, so I'm just asking, is this supposed to be something representative of Eastpointe? Because I see water and a sunset. We don't have waterfront.
So, ideally, is they're just trying to get like nature scenes, and they're hoping, I think, to paint around the whole building eventually. So they're starting out with one, because it's inside the park. So I don't think they wanted to necessarily do like Eastpointe theme. They were just kind of going with more of like a broad nature theme. They're painting this themselves too, so they didn't want it to be too, they're not hiring a professional. So they wanted it to be something a little bit more simple, but just to kind of brighten up the outside of the building.
Well, I am curious to hear, everyone's opinion. Like, do you feel, and I'm just asking for opinion, that maybe they should submit different ideas, I don't know, to the public or put it out for a poll to see what they like? I mean, since residents will be using this park and they'll be looking at it, or are you guys comfortable with what's presented here?
Yes, Madam Mayor. They did have it on their agenda, so, I mean, our agenda was posted, so public was welcome and invited to their meeting to, obviously speak their opinions, so.
Was this on our Facebook page, or the city Facebook page, and inviting people to?
Well, it was the Arts Commission's
Was it?
agenda was on the Facebook page.
The agenda was posted, the specific picture was not posted for a poll, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, yeah. So we want to try to get the insight of the community before we just paint something on there, and people have, might not like it, might be offended, or just have some different input. So is this the only, like Councilman Baker was saying, is this the only painting that you all came up with? Is it other paintings?
Oh, I did not come up with it. It was the Arts Commission. I just put it on the agenda for them.
Okay.
They've been working on ideas, and they just wanted something that they thought they had the ability to do. So that's
Okay.
why they kind of came up with this
Okay,
suggestion.
yeah.
I mean, I guess I wonder if they would be interested in just offering that as a poll, like whatever, I mean, I don't know if this is the only idea that they had or if they had several, but maybe if they would be interested in just maybe, I don't know, at their next meeting, just offering it out there, and then if no takers, nobody comes out to vote on it, then I guess. Is it just a thought, just to get as much community involvement as possible?
So I'm going to make a motion for them to, because I did tell them I would, so if you don't mind, Mayor, I
Okay.
would like to make a motion for the approval of the artwork on the front of the building, and if you guys want to turn it down, then I'll take that information back to the Arts and Cultural Diversity Commission. So I will make that motion.
I'll support it. It's I just wanted to clarify one, it's the mural, so the proposed wall is directly to the left of the main
doors,
entrance?
of the front.
Oh, so it's on the front,
Yep.
not the side, okay. Just wanted to clarify that. But yeah, I think this is a perfect example of why we have the boards and commissions to propose this to us. I'm sure they talked about getting the community input, and they all talked about what they thought would look good. So I think this is awesome that they're proposing it to us. I look forward to seeing it.
Yeah, and if I may, real quick, like the Arts and Cultural, every board and commission, the Parks Commission, they proposed today for us to do the basketball courts. Of course, they want to improve this community. That's why we have these boards and commissions. So when they want to obviously support something, I'm going to support it, so.
Well, I was also at the basketball court presentation, and they actually brought it out as a poll. That's where I got the idea from. So, I mean, I would feel more comfortable doing it. I mean, because I think people feel good when they have a chance to just say, hey, we like this over that. I'm not asking for like a Picasso painting or anything. It's just, I just know people like to give their input. So
Right.
that's what I was looking at. And I don't want to, I don't want to turn it down just because of, when it's something simple, I mean, even if it takes one more meeting, I mean, it's all rainy and cold outside anyway. So it was just my opinion about it.
Well, they want to get it done before the end of the budget year.
Say it again?
They want to get it done before the end of the budget year. So. I mean, they've been talking about it for the last year, so this is something very new, it's not.
Okay, so we have motion in support. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Lucido,
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico,
Yes.
Mayor Owens,
No.
Councilmember Baker,
No.
Okay, next item is the discussion on city council's vote for censure on April 5th, 2022, which I put on here. I'm gonna ask my attorney to be present.
A point of order.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, and actually, I guess I'd like to ask our attorney
Yeah.
if it's appropriate for the for mayor's attorney to speak during this. I think this should be a council discussion.
I don't see anything that would prohibit Mr. Spikajny from speaking at, during tonight's meeting as long as he's recognized by the chair. I'm not aware of any, I'm not aware of anything that would prevent Mr.
The mayor can
Spikajny.
just ask him to speak, and
I believe she,
if the rest of the council doesn't.
I'm going to open it up and speak, and then I ask, just like any, excuse me, I know you guys were talking, but just like any other agenda item, we ask our economic developer or our AEW to speak on an agenda, so what's the difference?
I'm just saying, so just to be clear, you've put an item on the agenda, and now you're gonna ask your attorney to speak for you.
You just asked the attorney. You said it was okay?
I don't see anything that would prevent that from happening.
Okay, let's continue. So, so the discussion on the city council's vote for censure. Before you start, I'm going to open it up if you don't mind. Okay. So a lot of you all are here and probably read things that you didn't understand, because I still don't understand it myself. So at an event here, when I first got elected as the council, as the mayor, they had a Black History Month event here to celebrate Martin Luther King's birthday, is who he was. And at that Black History Month event, they wanted to do his I Have a Dream speech, I believe. And they selected certain people in the community to say a part of that I Have a Dream speech, and I was one of them. So right here in this building, during just like a couple people in here, as the mayor, I was in that room, and Councilman DeMonico's wife called me Monique. So I asked her to come to the side and to please, in a room full of people that voted for me and see me as their mayor, to call me mayor. And she looked at me and said, "No, I would never call you the mayor." And I didn't understand that at the time, because I am the first Black mayor here, and we're having a Black History Month event in respects to Martin Luther King, who talks about respect, right? So the person who's over that event, who is talking about, who's putting it together, who doesn't respect the mayor, and is over a diversity commission that's bringing diversity and inclusion and is not showing that, I felt really disrespected. And so when I told the group what happened, that she did not respect me and things like that, just like I'm talking to you all, she agreed and said, "I'm not ever calling her that." And it riled up the room, and it changed the environment of the room, where a man, I'm 5'2", a man that was over 6 foot tall got in my face and said, "She right, we ain't got to call you nothing."
Madam Mayor, this
Let me tell my story.
Is not true. Okay, fine, tell your story. It's not true.
And it's documented in a police report when I called out of fear, and it was a hostile environment. I called the director, and it's his job to make sure that anybody and everybody in this community is safe. And I took an oath as the mayor to make sure you guys are protected as well as I'm protected. So if I felt unsafe and I felt it was hostile, it's my job to make sure I'm safe as your mayor, you elected me, and to make sure everybody in that room was safe. And the director did his job, who's very experienced over the last 35 years, and made sure everything was okay, just like he does everything else. And that's his job. And that's my job. Because if I seen someone in your face as a woman or as a man, I would have did the same thing. And so at that time, they blew this whole thing out of proportion and said that I had the audacity to call the police because she didn't call me the mayor. That's ridiculous, and it's foolery. I've been a police officer over 9 years. I've been called worse things than that. But also I know as a police officer, when you take away the police officer and you call Monique, if I worked in a jail cell, I don't have the inmates in there calling me Monique because it would cause harm to me if people thought they was cool with me. It would cause me to get hurt and it would cause danger because people think they can put their hands on me. Now, mayors all across the country have been talking about female elected officials that are mayors who have been caused harm, and elected officials have been caused harm over the last couple years, especially our governor. Pay attention. And look what happened with that. So to have all this foolery come in and have a censor because I want to protect myself as a woman and as a mother and as your mayor, to be censored is ridiculous.
Mayor, if I could, I'd like to speak.
Well, I'm not done, Councilman, and just as order, when I'm done, I'll call you like we've been doing everything else.
All right.
Now it's my turn, okay? I let all these newspapers, and I let your wife, and I let you have your turn. Now it's my turn to speak, and you know the truth. Since I've been elected, when they made the censor, I was not here. So they did it without hearing my side and made an agreement within themselves to censor their mayor. Because I spoke up for myself. And I haven't been speaking up for myself in years. And why should I apologize for that? I have been. And that's why this came back up 2 years later. 2 years later, they created an ethics board that was already created. The ethics board was created. The mayor was the person who appoints each ethics board member. I didn't know that. And they didn't have any fines with the ethics board. I didn't know that. But once I got elected as mayor, they recreated that ethics board where they chose a person and they created fines. And the only person that was a part of that ethics board was your mayor. Twice. And twice it was dismissed. They created something that didn't work. And they created a censor and they voted against me. And it's not right. And they've been doing it since I've been here. They've been doing it since I've been here. Pay attention. Not to the newspapers. Come to your council meetings. If you can't come, go to YouTube. Because your mayor cannot help you keep up with what's going on around you. I have to keep up with myself, and I have to keep up with the city, and I have to keep up with my twin daughters. And I don't have to keep fighting for all these things. Pay attention. That's all I'm asking y'all to do is pay attention. And I have an attorney that I have to pay out my own pocket. We done spent over $5,000, almost $5,000 for foolishness. Almost $5,000. Why couldn't we keep the last ethics board how it was? Why did they have to change it? Why couldn't this be in a discussion? To publicly try to embarrass me is ridiculous. This was 2 years ago, so everybody say, well, how did it come back, Mayor Owens? How did it come back? That was 2 years ago. They dismissed it. How did it come back? I'll tell you how it come back. It was a council meeting that Councilman DeMonico was talking to me very disrespectful. And if you look in your past council meetings, you see I've been talked about and talked to any kind of way. And I just sit up here and hold my head up and smile. Because if I say something, I'm angry. Everybody else says something that's passionate. It's not right. And I've been dealing with it for a long time by myself. So when the council meeting was over, I talked to Councilman DeMonico and I said, can we stop this? He said no. He said no because you called the police on my wife. I said, when? I don't know what you're talking about. He said, you did. I said, no, I didn't. Let's just stop this. And I apologize for whatever he thought just to make peace. And it's something how you try to make peace and the enemy still come at you. I said, let's make peace. And he said, no. And then the next day I found myself on the ethics committee. 2 years later, because they got mad. But when I get mad, I gotta be quiet. They get mad, they go to the papers. And when I say they, that's people who are dealing with foolery. They can be all type of colors. So that's what I mean. And to sit up here and to censor me with the facts, knowing that the police said when they came up here, the mayor said she saw a man, and I pointed at that man, and they disregarded the facts. They tried to make it look like within this county that I had a big head and I had an ego that you got to call me mayor. The only title I'm worried about is a woman of God and being a mom. Okay? Because that lasts longer. I know what I worked for. I know what I've done for the city. I don't need approval by nobody. But this here is disrespectful. And for you to be a woman sitting next to me and approve this is disrespectful. Because if I seen a man in your face, I would have called the police too. You should not be proud of that. So I'm going to say this. I'm going to let the council speak, and then I'm going to let my attorney speak, because I had to speak my truth, because people don't allow me to speak my truth, because they always got something to say when I speak my truth. But I don't care anymore. Because I know what I've done for this community. So before I let them speak, because 2 or more is them, right? So that doesn't matter. So let me say that. So what they disapproved me for, I still don't understand. But nobody said anything to me, and I'm going to make a list. And I want this documented and noted and everybody to hear me who's in here. Nobody disapproved when I did a 4-year backpack drive for our community, giving out backpacks, school supplies, hairstyles for our kids, books. Nobody disapproved that. I wasn't censored in. When I gave over 100 coats and pants to our community last Thanksgiving and gave Thanksgiving turkeys for our churches and underserved communities right here in our city, nobody censored that. Nobody censored all the minority-owned businesses and women-owned businesses since I've been elected right here in the city of Eastpointe. Nobody said, hold on everybody, because I ain't done yet. Nobody censored me when I called the director over there when we had 2 protests in this city that I found the person that was starting the first one. I assisted the police department with that. I used to be a police officer, so I know certain things. I told them where the person was. I contacted them first. Do you know how dangerous it is for an elected official to go to a protest and try to calm it down? We didn't need to calm it down, but it was well organized. Am I telling the truth, Director? I need you to talk a little bit louder.
Yes.
Thank you. It was so well organized. We did that protest with prayer. The business owners bought everybody food. Everybody had a turn to talk. If people pulled up and I thought there was gonna be a problem, your little old mayor, not the police department, but they was watching me though. They let me do my thing. I would go to the cars and say, are you here for the protest? And they would sit in the car, yeah, are you getting out? Well, no. Well, you gotta leave. That was your mayor doing that. And I wasn't working on overtime. That was for free. Then the second one they want to do, and my land director, they want to close off Gratiot. And my land director,
No, you're not.
I talked to them and I said, we don't need you to close off Gratiot. But what we're gonna do is, we're going to direct you to a park where there's bathrooms at. And not only I directed them there, it's for the police can make sure that perimeter was safe so we know where everybody was at. Nobody censored me then. I brought the first Boys and Girls Club here in the city of Eastpointe for our youth. Nobody's censoring me about that. I make sure that that school right there that these people up here went to, that is safe. I talk to them about grants and scholarships. And I go up there and visit them on their games, and I help them with other things and talk to those students. I've never been to that school. They have. Nobody censors me about that. Our residents, our business owners, I made sure that you guys have first rights to these medical marijuana applications. Because I didn't want people who don't invest in our community or make millions out of our community, I wanted y'all to be the first ones. Nobody censored that. The tax reverted housing that we get, that used to go to investors first, I push that our residents get it first and our first responders. Nobody censored that. Also, new housing for our veterans with the Ford Foundation. Ms. Holman, am I lying? Where you at?
No, ma'am.
Nobody censored that. We have more partnerships. We have more affordable housing. We just created an Eastpointe faith-based council with almost 30 churches in our community that come together with the Word of God to make sure that this city is ran by the Word of God and that we help this community. That I started. Nobody censored that. And so much more. But y'all didn't even know that. That's a problem too. Don't come up here just when your mayor gets censored. Don't come up here when there's always a problem. Be proactive. Be a part of your community so you can know what's going on. You can know what I'm doing. You can know what they're doing. Because some of y'all didn't even know that. And I'm serious. That's why I call myself a strong mayor. I know the difference between a weak mayor and a strong mayor. I know what they wrote in the history books. But all that I do, with barely getting any money, I'm strong. Now, council.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
If I may, real quick, I did vote for the censure last week. I'm not gonna sit up here and get into a giant argument, because it's not, I did speak my piece at the last meeting, but I would love to speak with any of you that have any questions on why I did so. I encourage you to please email me, call me. My phone number to my cell phone, which is right here, is on my business cards. I can get some and pass them out to you guys afterwards, because I do, like I said, I can sit up here, I can speak about it for 20 minutes, but we have important business that we need to be doing. So I would love to hear it from any of you if you have any questions afterwards.
Councilman DeMonico, speak.
Sure. So, many of you spoke at Hearing the Public, and many of you I've met with and spoke to before, and many of you I haven't. I will stay around and talk to every single one of you. I'll stay here till 2 a.m. about this, because so many things that were said just now are not accurate, are not true. So I would love to talk to all of you. There are so many things, I guess I was trying to write them down, but for example, the Ethics Board Attorney, council never approved that, so this $5,000 should have never, I agree, that should have never been spent. Our attorney could have been the attorney for that Ethics Board, and we wouldn't have spent that money. You've, let's see, I don't know why you didn't tell us you weren't going to be at that last council meeting. We all expected you to be there to talk about this issue. The Ethics Board was on my literature during the election for mayor, so this wasn't some new thing after you were elected. You're saying 2 complaints were twice dismissed. No, 1 complaint did go through on the Ethics Board for you disrespecting me at the council table because you cut me off and would not let me speak. And the Ethics Board approved that 5-0, that you disrespected me at a council meeting. So if we're talking about respect, you're the only one out here that's disrespected someone else at the city council table. And so that's there. Just I don't even know how to address all the different things that you just said at this event. Nobody approached you. I think it's pretty ironic that you're talking about the man in the green shirt. You know who the man in the green shirt is, right? That you're referring to.
I believe I do. I just got to get the name listing of all who attended.
Well, so do you not refer, you're telling us to, everyone, you're demanding everyone refer to you as Mayor Owens, but then you're referring to the school board president as the man in the green shirt.
I don't know who he is, and if you know who he was, like you just said, we don't know who that man is, and you just stated who he was, so it lets me know you already know who he was. I didn't know who he was. That's what I'm saying. You knew.
You've been on city council for 2 years and you don't know who the school board president is.
No, I don't, because I'm doing all the work I just named.
Okay.
You don't even go to that school.
But he also did not approach you at all. You're saying...
I have to get his name. I don't want to put nobody's name out there until I see his face and get his name, because I don't want to put people's names out there and they're not here to defend themselves like you did me.
Can I finish? I let you speak.
You did, but you can't put stuff. You just asked me a question. Do you know the man in the green shirt? And I spoke.
Yes.
Okay.
So he did not approach you at this thing. He just stood up, asked you a question, and then now you're saying...
Were you there?
Yes, I was there the whole time.
You wasn't in there. I'm saying at the event. At the event, were you there?
Yes, I was at the...
I don't remember seeing you inside that in that space.
I was...
All I know is...
what's going on now. I mean...
All I know is who got in my face. That's all I know.
Now I just don't even know.
We're not going back and forth. I know what happened, and I know I reported, and I don't report lies because I used to talk to be a police officer, and I know what I told the officer. The point of the matter is this censure.
Right, so we censured you for calling the police on a resident, my wife. So what was expected to happen when the police officer showed up here?
Point of order,
Yes.
really quick. I disagree with Councilman DeMonico. I don't believe my censure was because she necessarily called the cops on Councilman DeMonico's wife. I just want to clear for the record, it was for the actions of that day. So I just want to clear, that was the motion that was made.
No, we mentioned...
I think it was for the actions that were that day.
No, we specifically mentioned that and threatening to remove my wife from the commission, which was done also. So I'm just supposed to sit here. I mean, the the police was called on my wife. So
No, she was not.
For just not, for disagreeing with you. So I don't know. Now you're saying I wasn't even there, and I was definitely at this event. So, but I would please stick around. I will definitely review all of these things with you, and I would love to speak with everybody because so many things were said that were not correct tonight, and I've put it out there, and it's in this complaint with the ethics board. But I think all of you, if any of you are on a commission, would you want, or just at an event, the police called on you just because you disagreed with somebody? And then, yeah, no. I will talk to you all in the audience.
We'll let you all talk to him.
And then threaten to be removed from a commission. I'd like it to think that we don't threaten people in this city, and that is what happened. My wife was threatened.
To be removed off a committee because you are a part of diversity and inclusion.
I guess you're gonna cut me off again?
But you're lying, though. I
but
didn't. You saying threatening? Threatening. If I say someone needs to.
Point of order. I think that we're kind of getting off a track here. We're just going back and forth like arguing.
No, we're debating. So, you're saying one thing. Go ahead, Demar.
So that's all. Please, I mean, if anyone's got, I am happy to speak about this, and I would like to talk to people. If anyone's got questions about this, I'll stay around. Yeah, email address, phone number. I'll talk to you. I've talked to many of you before. I am happy to talk about this event because I believe it's very serious. I mean, it should be addressed, all of this, and we should be talking about this. So that's all I have.
Okay.
At this point, Madam Mayor.
So, thank you for your response. But again, if the police report says who I called the police on, if it's written, that's what happened. It doesn't say I called the police because somebody didn't call me Mayor, Miss, Owens, Mo, anything. It said I was called because I felt threatened and I didn't want it to escalate. And so he may know who the man is. He just asked me, do you know who the man is? I said, I don't know who that man. Obviously, you do know. So if you had an idea of what I'm talking about,
yeah, he was wearing a
you should. Now you interrupted me. See what I'm saying? But when I do it, I'm rude. And I'm the chair. So as the chair, when you're talking, it's my job to control the how it's ran. That's in Sturgis. So when you were talking and I stopped you because you were lying on me at a previous council meeting, and I went like this and stopped you, that is my job. Even if you guys get irate or things, it's my job to do that. You might feel like I disrespected you. I'm not trying to disrespect you, but that's my job to keep order. And so he felt that when I was keeping order, I was disrespecting him. And if he felt that way in that same meeting, which he was the ethics board member at that time, I did say, if you felt like I was disrespecting you, I apologize. Did I or did I not?
How far back are we going? 2 years ago? Yes, I was.
Exactly. That's my whole point.
I was a member of council in 2019. In 2020, I wasn't, and I was appointed to the Board of Ethics. And then here I am back again once on council.
But it was only one person under ethics, Councilman Baker, and that was me. You don't remember that? It's only one
I never disputed that. I remember the meeting coming up, and then I was also the guy that went through the ethics policy, read it time and time again, sent the emails to the other ethics board members telling them that there was no governance over that section. I believe it was section 2-99 about being disrespectful. There's no governance that the ethics board has. So yeah, I'm aware. I was that guy that sent that email that I didn't tell anybody about.
Thank you.
And since, if I may,
yes,
I've been addressed, I was also the guy that voted against the censure. So that's that. Since we're going to put everything on record, that's what it is. I stated my positions. Like we said, you can always review the video. My positions was based off of what I read in the police report, everything that I already knew firsthand. So that's it. I mean, there's really nothing else I need to say about it. Everything else already came back. I don't want to contribute to a back and forth, but just to answer the question, yes, I was there.
He was there. So the point of the matter is the disrespect that's been going on, and we could have spent almost $5,000 on so much more. This whole conversation, we can be talking about making some money for the city. But in order for us to move forward, we got to be respectful first. That's why I bring it back up. And you should not have a conversation or bring anything about someone and make a decision with them not there. That's unethical. And to make judgment on somebody without hearing their side, that's unethical. The same things that you wrote together and put together, you went against it, Councilor DeMonico. And you too. Now, can you speak? I'm sorry, thank you.
You have to excuse me for one moment.
Yes, go ahead. You voted no, so you can go ahead. He's just, you want them to wait? Because I do want you to. Okay. Okay. If you all want to just do a 5-minute and let him take a break for a minute, and hear what my lawyer has to say. He waited so patiently. Thank you. Going on a 5-minute wait.
You just have to speak into the mic. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Another, like a 10-minute break before we go into closed session too.
Yeah. Oh.
Excuse me, excuse me.
Look, you see, I was over there.
Can we get everybody back in the room, please? We're about to begin again. We're waiting for all directors. We're waiting for Mr. Blum.
Appreciate the 5 minutes.
We have everybody back. So we're going to continue with the discussion on the city council's vote for censure that was on April 5th without my attendance in 2022. And we're going to let my attorney, who wants to speak so heavily on this, to make sure things are ethically done and done in order. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, Councilman DeMonico, Councilman Baker. It's my pleasure to be here representing Mayor Owens with respect to this matter that's before you tonight. This is a request on behalf of Mayor Owens to rescind the censure made on April 5th, 2022. And loud enough? I thought all right, thank you. This is the request to rescind the motion to censure the mayor made on April 5th, 2022. And Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I'd ask that you pay special attention to this because we will need your support in this censure, counting the numbers here. And so I ask you to listen carefully to the reasons, many of them ethical, many of them regarding due process. I submitted a packet to you with 7 reasons for this council to consider rescinding the vote, but it basically boils down to 3 matters. Number 1 is conflict of interest, number 2 is due process, and number 3 is discrimination against the first black mayor of the city of Eastpointe. I can combine number 1 and number 2 as the ethical considerations behind Councilman DeMonico's motion. Council DeMonico has a distinct conflict of interest. His wife was the complainant in this matter, and therefore he should have recused himself from participating and should not have presented the matter for the agenda on April 5th. That could have been done, assuming that he had support for it, that could have been done by another member of council. Council DeMonico had no business presenting this matter because of a distinct conflict of interest. DeMonico making a motion on behalf of his wife, as I said, is covered under the ethics ordinance and is in and of itself unethical and a violation of the ordinance. And I set forth a number of provisions within the ordinance, the current ordinance, under which the conduct is regulated, for Mr. DeMonico's proposed recusal from participating in this matter. The purpose is that all officers shall be guided by the following principles. That's section 298. Number 2 under that section is objective judgment. Loyalty to the public interest requires that all matters shall be decided with independent, objective judgment, free from all avoidable conflicts of interest, improper influence, and competing loyalties. Now, tell me, when your wife is a complaining witness, or your one spouse is a complaining witness, how can you participate without feeling a conflict? Duty to your wife, duty to impartiality, duty to counsel. How can that happen? And a wife is one person that is specifically described as a person who should be considered as a conflict when a member is participating in a public discussion and seeking action on that discussion. And it goes on to say, standards of conduct, section 2101, conflicts. Officers and employees are subject to the following, and you all are officers of the city. No officer or employee shall intentionally take or refrain from taking any official action or induce any attempt to induce any other official, employee to take or refrain from taking any official action on any matter before the city which would result in a financial benefit or benefit of city services for any of the following. And includes a relative. A relative is also defined as a wife within your own ordinance. I researched your Sturgis code of procedure, and I found a writing based upon the Sturgis points of procedure, and it says the following. We are familiar with conflicts of interest that arise when a person receives compensation or other rewards because of a vote, policy, or other action. Conflicts of interest do not always involve money. They can reward someone's professional standing, give them an exclusive interest in a project or policy, or advance a family member. It goes on to say a conflict of interest exists even if no unethical or improper act results from it. And it goes on to say that let me find my place here, conflicts of interest also reflect poorly on the person involved and on the groups, businesses, and causes with which they are affiliated. Now let's move on to the discrimination aspect of this case. It's interesting that along with Mayor Owens being charged, the Director of Public Safety was also charged. One white, one black. Clearly, as was found by your ethics board, there was no jurisdiction over the conduct of Ms. Owens, of Mayor Owens, or the Director of Public Safety. So both were automatically dismissed from any allegation of ethics from that board. This board went on to try to find Mayor Owens guilty of conduct, but did not go on to bring back the white Director of Public Safety. Now, you shouldn't have proceeded against Mayor Owens. Clearly, you shouldn't have proceeded against the Director of Public Safety. But what's the difference? What's the difference between the two? One's white, one's black. What you don't understand is that you don't have to intentionally have racist intentions to have your actions be racist. Councilman Gurley said to Mr. Albright, now I want to make sure I'm not being racist on this. I want to really make sure I'm not being racist on this. Stop me if I'm being racist on this. But what ends at the end of that meeting? You have 3 white council people voting against 1 black mayor to censure for conduct. But the white officer, the white Director of Public Safety is not involved, as he should have been not involved, nor should the mayor, for conduct that occurred 2 years earlier. This community many of you already know this, some of you don't, this community was sued for racial discrimination by the U.S. Department of Justice in 2017. How many times have I seen that done in the state of Michigan where the Department of Justice has intervened in a city voting process? Zero. I've never seen it before. 2 members of this council were defendants in that case. Those members also participated in the motion to censure the mayor. And what's different? It's apparent that the person charged in this incident, that wasn't charged in this incident, deserved not to be charged. It's also apparent that the person that was charged relative to this incident was black and charged by 3 white council people. From the perspective of these good people, appearances are the same as reality. This was discrimination, whether intentional or unintentional. This was discrimination against the black mayor of Eastpointe. Moving on now to the due process argument. The Fifth Amendment and the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution require that a party in a public setting be given due process when that party is accused. The state of Michigan has adopted those constitutional protections. That constitutional protection is the opportunity to be heard before public action is taken by an impartial tribunal. Now, which one of you were impartial? I know we devolve back to the conflict of interest argument. If I went home and I didn't vote for that impartiality, if I didn't vote for that censure, I don't know what would have been waiting for me when I got home. Those are competing interests of conflict that deprive a person of impartiality. Only one person asked about the man in the green shirt referenced in the police report. Now, I have the police report in my hands, dated, got to put on my eyes, I had eye surgery, February 7th, 2020. This was not invented tonight. This was not invented last night. This was not invented 2 years ago. This was in the police report. Councilman Baker brought it up during the course of the discussion that there was a man in a green shirt pointed out by the mayor. That nobody addressed that but Mr. Baker. Moreover, Mr. DeMonico's charge on the agenda was for violation of ethics. And we go to his charge. He says, a recommended motion from Councilman DeMonico would be to censure Mayor Monique Owens for twice violating the city's ethic ordinance by inappropriately using property or personnel. That was the charge. That's not ultimately what you found the mayor had committed. You did not find her guilty of a violation of charge. She had no opportunity to address the conduct that you ultimately censured her for, but the charge in the agenda was for a violation, clearly stated, a violation of the city's ethics ordinance. In fact, Mr. Curley made sure in discussing with Mr. Albright that the charge was not for a violation of ethics. He made clearly sure he separated ethics from censure, and clearly the charge was violation of ethics, and ultimately that's not what she was found to have done. She did not violate the city's ethics. If you wanted to bring her up at a different point in time for her conduct, that could have been done. You didn't do that. Article 1, Section 17 of the Michigan Constitution discusses the fair and just that's called the Fair and Just Treatment Clause of the Michigan Constitution, which supersedes Eastpointe's ordinances. And that says the right of all individuals to fair and just treatment in the course of legislative and executive investigations and hearings shall not be infringed. That was clearly not done in this case. Mayor Owens did not have an opportunity to defend herself. She did not have an opportunity to bring witnesses forward on her behalf. She wasn't in town when the agenda item was filed. She wasn't in town when this council took that up. Mr. Curley said, I'd like to be able to discuss that with the mayor. I'd like her here in front of us. I provided you with a little bit of the transcript of the proceedings that I mechanically pulled off the website. But he said, but instead of fairness, he opted for expediency. I want to get this over with. Getting this over with is not a substitute. It's not a substitute for fairness under the Constitution of the United States or the Constitution of the State of Michigan, or I even suggest your ordinance. Thank you so much for listening to me. I appreciate your patience. It's late, and I hope that a motion to rescind this matter will be made on behalf of Mayor Owens. Thank you so much.
Mr. Albright?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. I wanted to address Mr. Spakajny's request for the motion to rescind. That motion is actually governed by the city bylaws, which is found at 2-21 subsection F, and it talks about motions to rescind. As I see it right now, and this is purely from a procedural standpoint tonight, the council has several options. This was added as a discussion item, and certainly there has been a discussion this evening. So the council's options under the circumstances based on this discussion item would be, number one, that no action be taken until at least 6 months later. That's provided for in the bylaws. It says a motion to rescind shall not be brought before the council unless at least 6 months has elapsed. That certainly hasn't happened in this case. So that would result in no action being taken this evening, but the action could be brought back before the council for a motion to rescind or a motion to reconsider 6 months from the time that the motion was made. The second option would be to table the discussion of this item to a later council date for further discussion, to also allow Mr. Curley to appear if he had anything or any input that he wanted to add. And also, the city bylaws provides that a motion to rescind can be brought inside of that required six-month time period if one of the members who voted in favor of the motion asks that it be placed on the agenda for a vote. So those are the three different options that I see under the circumstances. Again, the first would be no action taken, and then perhaps there may be action at a later date, but at least 6 months would have to elapse. The second option would be to table this discussion item to a later date to allow for the full council to be present. And again, number three, if one of the members who voted in favor of the motion to censure asks that it be placed on the agenda. So again, those are the procedurally, those I believe are the options that are available to the city council on this particular discussion item.
Okay.
And I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Well, so I have the opportunity to rescind, correct?
you would have the opportunity to rescind the motion to
Right.
censure, but you would have to wait at least a minimum of 6 months from the date of when the motion was made and passed.
Okay, I thought you
So
said I
it's
can make
6
this.
months, and that is in. I can read just for members of the audience and anybody watching at home. This is Rule 6, resolutions to reconsider or rescind. It says, after council has decided a matter, a period of not less than 6 months shall be required before a new application for relief. A motion to reconsider or a motion to rescind can be made to council on the same matter unless a member of the voting majority in the previously decided matter requests that matter be placed on the council agenda. So you could make that motion to rescind, but you would have to wait at least 6 months.
Yes, sir.
Motion, and that you not participate in the vote, because that would put you in the same conflict of interest that Mr. DeMonico, where Mr. DeMonico sits, and I don't want to put you in that position.
Did you want to rescind it, since
Well,
you said no?
I wasn't on the prevailing side, so I can't
yeah, that's
bring it
right.
forward. I would
That's
have to,
right.
somebody else would have to bring it forward.
Would
But
you like
yeah, one other option, if nobody brings it forward, is that we can,
Bring it back.
yeah.
What about you?
Madam Mayor, I'm going to have to think about this. I'm not going to say that I'm disregarding it, but I do need to put some thought into what your attorney said this evening and do just a little bit more research on it before I make that decision.
Now, I know last week, the last meeting, I wasn't here, and you all wanted me to be here, and you spoke when I left. So can you speak and tell me why you made that decision while I'm here?
So, really quick, the reason why, well, for me, that event that day, there was a lot of things done that maybe were handled inappropriate. I believe that the gentleman that Madam Mayor was actually speaking about was actually sitting next to me that evening. And there was a lot of people here. Everyone in this room that day was either a pastor from a church in the city, or they were an elected official, whether it be from school board, with the exception of one other person, and that was the superintendent of our East Detroit Public Schools at the time. So everyone else was an elected official, and then there was a couple of commissioners from our Arts Commission. So we all knew each other. I mean, at least I would have assumed that we basically all had known each other that evening. I understand that maybe the mayor felt intimidated by the man in the green shirt. I don't think she violated anything. I don't think Mr. Rohib, I don't think the mayor did anything appropriate with that phone call. That phone call I didn't think was inappropriate. I understand if the mayor felt uncomfortable and she wanted to call the cops that day, she had the right to call the cops. She did. I'm not disregarding that. If any of you guys out here ever felt threatened, I would hope you would call the cops. I support that. I do support that 100%. I mean, I'm not going to say that. My biggest issue was the accusations the mayor made towards me that day. And I could sit up here and I could talk about them, rehash them, but it's gone on for too long. She has made accusations against me at this table many, many times. I never make accusations against her and her integrity at this table, but she has towards me. She has towards me, so that's why I chose that day to make that censure. I understand that she's asking to remove it. I understand what her attorney spoke about this evening. But like I said, I really need the opportunity to think about it before I move forward.
I'm going to comment on that real quick, and then we can move on. Did I make, when I spoke to you that day at that event, did I talk to you, or did I talk to a whole room of people, or did I put you in a newspaper, or did I censure you? Did I talk to you face to face?
That day, you spoke to me in the hallway, and I won't disregard
Face to
that.
face, right?
But many times you have did the exact same accusation at this table towards me.
Well, if you felt that way, I'm not going to say that's true, but if you felt that way, you should have came and talked to me. And it sounds like you're trying to get back at me through the censor. And that is not how we do things up here. That is not how we get things back. We are a family town, and we are elected officials. We have not been chosen to be elected to get back and choose vengeance against each other. If you felt a certain way, you call me all the time, Ms. Lucido. And if you had a problem with me, you should have talked to me about it, not censor me to the world. Just because you felt a certain way. That is not what censors are for. That's not what ethics boards are for, to pat people on the back and give them permission or shut them up and tell them what they should say and shouldn't say. That is not what that's for. And you just admitted in the past, I said some things that you did not like, so that's why you censored me. You just pretty much said that.
Well, just to clarify, it started that evening. That was the start of it. So that's what the censure was for. I'm not going to sit here and censure her for every single time she did it. I mean, to me, that just seems like over the top. I mean, I'm just trying to, say, make my point. I would have never put it on the agenda.
Okay, well, we talked about it. It was a discussion. Lawyer, my lawyer still up there? You have any last words?
Specific conduct made 2 years earlier, not ongoing conduct. With all due respect, I watched the first part of this meeting, and I found it hard to believe that this was a council mired in conflict, mired in dispute, mired in argumentation that prevented it from moving forward. This censure is a spike in the heart of not only the mayor, but it's a spike in the heart of members of this community that want to support the mayor, that don't believe she should have been censured for conduct 2 years earlier that resulted in a accusation of violation of ethics, was brought before the city as a violation of ethics, and then ultimately she was censured not for violation of ethics, but for something entirely different. And that should not have happened. And if you have other reasons to bring forward to the board for censure, by all means, you're free to do that. I'm not suggesting that you do. But this is a spike that prevents unity. And I would ask that you remove that spike by making a motion to rescind the censure. I'd be happy to talk to you one-on-one at a different point in time, but I believe, I listened to the conflict that you had in your own voice on that evening. I wasn't here. I was on a mountain somewhere in Colorado, unable to attend the meeting, but I listened to it twice subsequently. I prepared a transcript, listened to it over and over and over, trying to prepare a legitimate transcript, albeit not certified. I can't raise my right hand and say that. But I saw the conflict in your position, and you were leaning in one way, and then you leaned another way. And I know that conflict is one that can be resolved by removing this spike from the hearts of these citizens. And I ask you to do that.
Thank you for everybody that spoke up earlier, and also my attorney for being there and seeing some things that you had to see. Because I know when I first came to your office, you didn't believe a lot of things that I said because it sounded like foolery and childish. And I said I've been dealing with it for a long time, until he looked at the things and he saw other things, and he worked hours on things that was volunteer because he felt that he should. His integrity and what he saw made him do other things and work hours over what I pay him for because he saw something was wrong. So I thank you for doing that. You just want to say something? I'm sorry.
No, I'm just waiting for the next item.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is the signage that Councilwoman Lucido added to the agenda. I'll let you have the floor right now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just really quick, I just wanted to, so I was talking to the city manager before the meeting. So I wanted to clarify with council, because I know we have this policy in place about the signage, like if we bring something forward about it, we have to get council vote. I don't know how clear it is, but if it's approved, like the dedicated medical, for instance, we approved tonight that event. We also approved the Memorial Day Parade. If it's approved at the table as an event, do we need to actually still bring it back to use the electric billboard sign and have it on Facebook? That was my question.
I guess if we approve,
Because we're approving the event already, so shouldn't we be just approving the advertisement of the event?
I guess I'd say so.
Yeah, I don't think we would have to bring it back. I mean, it'd kind of be redundant, you know?
Well, no,
To say,
I
yeah,
agree.
we're-
That's why I just wanted to
Yeah.
clarify that, because, like, originally I thought about putting on to approve for the Memorial Day Parade, and then I was talking to Ms. Walton, and so we began talking about it, like, we're already approving these events, and even like the dedicated medical center event, if they wanted to, you know, throw that up on our Facebook, it's an event in our community, and it benefits our residents, so, of course, I'm gonna support it, so. That's all I was wondering. That was my whole discussion.
Okay.
So should we motion for the Memorial Day Parade then?
Well,
We
we
should make the
approved,
motion.
we approved the,
Oh, you're just saying because of the special
because
event.
we already
Sorry.
did the special event application, so if we
Okay.
approve that, can't that just be part of the
Sorry, I
whole
missed that
moving,
part. Okay.
moving forward with using social media and the city resources to advertise it?
Okay. Sorry,
So
I
like
didn't know if
Like the
that
Gratiot
was the,
Cruise has been approved recently. Do we need to bring it forward for them to advertise the Gratiot Cruise? Because we already approved the special event application for it.
Actually, maybe I would disagree with that then. Sorry, I misunderstood. I think we should just do one event at a, I mean, I wish we didn't have to do one event at a time, but what happened was, Mayor Owens, you put a campaign event on a city sign, so, and that's why we had to adopt this, because we had a completely inappropriate event on a city sign.
But if I may really quick, Councilman DeMonico, that event was, we did not approve a special event application for that.
Right, no, I understand what you're saying. I think, though, I don't know, that, I'm not sure, because a special event application could be for anything, I guess. I don't know, I don't know if I could agree with that right now.
If I may. But we know we can't use city resources for campaigning. So if something happened or in the past, it was, whether it be an oversight or whatever, we know from that point, current to present, that we can't do it. So, I mean, if it's something like a city event, Gratiot Cruise or whatever, I mean, we're already approving it. They advertise it on Facebook, city website. I mean, putting it on the marquees is, to me, is just a further extension of that advertising of the event. But if I was out there saying Rob Baker for this or Rob Baker for that, no, they're not going to put that on there. I wouldn't ask for that anyway. But, I mean, I'm just saying. So if we approve the event at the table, I mean, why not? So that's my 2 cents. I'm done. I'm ready.
I wanted to add to that, that's another lie, and that's why I interrupt you, because you throw out, that is why we had that argument last time. Well, I don't want to say argument, or a peace offering I tried to give, because just like you just did and said the mayor tried to do a campaign promotion, that was a lie. When I was already elected, it was my birthday, and I had sponsors to pay for all the kids in the community to skate with the mayor. I had already won. That is not a campaign. That is me doing something with our community. I don't know no mayor that's getting funds to pay for your kids to skate and food for her community. That signage was barely used. They just started using it because I gave them the idea to use it. And also, it didn't say vote for Monique Owens. It didn't say come here and eat and get votes or walk with me. It said skate with the mayor. I just got elected. Nobody had to pay. We paid for over 100 kids to skate. You can call Great Skate. They donated something. Some of the community, the business owners donated money for the kids that go skating. It says skate with the mayor. And I spent my birthday with kids in the community with other people's money and my money.
Point
That
of
is
order,
not.
Mayor.
Stop saying point of order.
Yeah, but we're off the
okay?
subject. We're talking about.
We're not off the
Yes,
subject. Now, when he talked about it, you didn't stop him.
I let you go. I mean, before I.
But you can't allow him to say what he wants to say. But when I corrected, Councilwoman, you want to stop me. That's not fair.
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
I'm going to go. So I wanted to clarify, it wasn't a campaign. It was me, as a new mayor, telling the kids in the community to come out and skate with me. So the kids can know their mayor, the community can know their mayor, and I invited the council could have came too. That is not a campaign. I already won. And I continue to do backpack events and other events. It's not a campaign. I have always invited them. They can come. It could have said skate with the council. If they want to change it, we could do that too. But that is something I chose to do. So again, the words that you use, you have to be careful with allegations that are not true and stating it out in the public. That is why I stop you from talking, because you're lying without facts. And that's not what we do up here. So, Councilwoman, you were talking about the signage.
That's all I had. I was just putting it on for a discussion. I was trying to clarify it. That's all I had for that whole discussion. It was just a suggestion, so I mean, there was no. I didn't want to put it on for a motion.
Okay. Any other council members would like to speak that's truthful? Okay, we're going to payroll and bills. Council?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'll motion to pay the bills in the amount of $1,486,460.37.
Support.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Lucido,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Mayor Owens,
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico.
Yes.
The next item is the second hearing of the public. Everybody gets an additional 3 minutes, so if you want to add to what you heard earlier, you can. We would like to hear what you have to say. Your voice matters. So please state your name, your residency. If you was up here again, we appreciate if you do it again and speak in the mic loudly. We ask you to be respectful. I appreciate the claps because I like the support, but we want to make sure that everybody is heard when they're done. Thank you so much. The second hearing of the public is now open. Hold on, let me get my phone together. So, okay, yes, sir.
We need a mic. So I'm
Well, we
Kevin.
need it for the TV.
Hello. Oh, how you doing? I'm good?
Yes, sir.
I'm Kevin Ford. I stayed at Eastpointe, my wife and I, since '96. Now, I had some things I was going to, because what I heard tonight, man, is really disturbing. And I just want to share my own personal experience. In '69, busing had just started. So we were busing kids to segregate the schools. I had a teacher one time, because I didn't do what he had told me right away, that he choked me. He said, so he choked me and said, I'll kill you N-word. Now, God putting this on my heart to share this. And this guy would have killed me because he overpowered me, threw me through the door, the swinging doors leading up to the second floor. If the bell hadn't rung, he would have killed me, I believe. So when we went to the principal office, you know what he said? He didn't do it, and they believed him. Now, I'm saying this for a reason. Now, then the school had a race riot where police was beating us with belly sticks all down the playground and stuff like that. I'm saying this because I could have turned around and been a racist guy, because these were white people. But I had some of my own people did something worse to me. And I already know it's in my heart to be fair with anybody. So I worked 41 years at Ford before I retired. Me and my wife, we retired. We was a union fighter. I'm a fighter, and my blood is stirred up, and I can motivate people. So they call me MLK at my job because I specialize in discrimination. And I know it when I see it, and I know it when I hear it. And that's a shame. Now, that was in 1969. We in 2022 now. We just had a president, they called him a liar because he was a black president, called him a liar. I mean, come on, man, but what is this? We in 2022. Now, I know it's discrimination when I hear it, and it's prevalent. Can't we just get past this and work together? Now, I'm sorry, I was trying to stay calm. I'm a little upset, but I'm gonna motivate people. My wife is a motivator too. Y'all probably already know her. She up here all the time. But y'all motivate these meetings every month. I want to see what's going on. I could have been a racist person in discrimination. I was known for discrimination cases. I mean, discrimination don't just mean black, gay, whatever it is, Mexican, Puerto
30
Rican.
seconds.
I was on those cases. That's my time.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. So that stirred me up. I'm ready to fight. And I'm going to fight for what's right. It don't matter what color it is. But it's clearly, in my eyes and what I've seen and what I've heard from lawyers, is discrimination. And the ones that's doing that, you need to back off.
Hello. My name is Deonda East. I'm sorry. I'm not a public speaker like the gentleman before me, so this is kind of hard. So excuse me, but my name is Deonda Easley. I've been an Eastpointe resident for 6 years. I wanted to address each person up there. I think I know everybody personally. If I don't, it's much respect from me. I'm the owner of Epic Entertainment Team. I'm a business owner. So I look at this from many aspects. I want to address Mr. DeMonico with a status that a post that was on social media. I won't say your post because it was really lengthy, but I want to say what I said to you on April 7th publicly. Cardi DeMonico Jr., I try not to get involved, but you need to stop. I was at the ethics meeting when your wife, Alyssa, yelled out as if she was a 5-year-old child during the meeting. You should have corrected your wife, and you should have been embarrassed how she acted. If y'all disagree with the decision or not, that was very tacky of your wife, and for you not to do nothing speak volumes of your character. At what point are you going to accept you did not win as the mayor? You lost fair and square and should be trying to work with the current mayor to make the city a better place. Instead, you waste your energy on these public attacks and temper tantrums. Just like your wife. You don't you don't have to like anyone. That's your opinion. But stop wasting people's time with your negative ways. Use your platform to do something positive. And for the record, invited or not, if someone took the time to think enough about you to visit you in the hospital, you should be thankful to still be alive. Instead of bragging, you put someone out the hospital who cared enough to check on you. You sound evil and bitter, not a good look. I say this today publicly not to embarrass you. It wasn't a good look on April 7th when you went on a rant on social media, and it wasn't a good look today, not only for you, but for the city. I pray we all leave here today better people than we were when we came in here. I address you, Councilwoman Lucido, again with the uttermost respect. This is something different, but I pray you look again at voting me off the Parks Commission, because it was your vote that kept me off a commission that I was so passionate about. You voted to get my business out of the city, which was backhanded, almost similar to the backhandedness of voting for this mayor when she wasn't, to get her censored when she wasn't here. My business, I own an event planning business. Bounce houses, trackless trains, tents, tables and chairs. Those things don't bring violence to the community, as stated. That wasn't a fact. A gun was never used then, and it wasn't used now. So I'm gonna ask the same time that you rethink for the mayor, that rethink for myself. Thank you.
Well,
I'm back again. This has been one of the most embarrassing, degrading meetings ever of all times. And I'm gonna do like the young lady in front of me. I'm going to address each person individually. Councilman Baker, I've never heard you speak before, very eloquent. City Manager, awesome job. Councilman DeMonico, I told you earlier, I voted for you. You came to my front door, you knocked on my door when I lived on Dale Avenue. You gave a good word, but today you are not standing up for what you said. You are coming here and you're being less of a man to attack another woman for some foolishness that your wife have conjured up. But we're not going to go there because I'm not here today to belittle anyone. Sarah Lucida, I voted for you as well. And today you are sitting here knowing that what you are doing to this woman sitting here, you are going in the past. You admitted to that yourself. And what you're doing is wrong. And when you go home tonight and you lay your head down on your bed, you need to stop and think, I did not stand up for another woman. One thing, women should stand together. If you don't appreciate her color, that's your business. But as a woman, you should stand up and you should support her. If you have an issue, you should take that issue in the back room and say, look, Mayor Owens, now what you just did, you wasn't right. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to squash it. But instead, you chose to vote against her when she was not even here to stand up for herself. So I'm here today to say to you and to everyone else, you need to stop and you need to think about what you're doing, because the same wrong you are doing to them, someone is going to do the same wrong to you. Now let's get on to something else. About this GWLA, this money that you're trying to get back from the state of Michigan, are we as the citizens, are we going to get back money? Are we going to get a refund? Are we going to get a rebate? I hope so. We just spent $4,000 for a lawyer. We just spent $98,000 for a basketball court. Great, that's awesome. The children need it. But here I am. You're telling me I have to pay for water on the sidewalk in the front of my house, but we can pay $4,000 for a lawyer. For foolishness. All of the citizens here, they have issues. We can't get any support, but we can spend $4,000.
3 minutes.
We can waste money needlessly. So again, I say tonight, I'm not here trying to degrade anyone, but you need to stop and think of what you're doing. You should have recused tonight. You shouldn't have had to think about anything. You should have immediately stood up as a strong woman and said, you know what? I'm putting on my big garment tonight. I'm recusing this. I'm rescinding it. That's what you should have done.
Last 3 minutes,
Thank you for listening. My address is 18460 Lister if you want to come out and fix my sidewalk.
Hi, once again, my name is Cassandra Ford, and I do follow the city council meetings. I watch every city council meeting. And I just want to say a couple of things. Number one, the city council as a whole does good work together. There are things that they have not been doing well. One of the things that I saw when we had the lady who's the acting manager, city manager, I didn't see any reason why she shouldn't have moved right into that job. But the city council voted to spend $20,000 to go out and get bids for other people to do that job. I thought that was a waste of money, but that was your decision. It was so many things that I have watched and seemed like you guys just voted against the mayor because she said it. Now, that was just my take. I always tried to look and be open and honest about it and try to say, well, you know, maybe this or maybe that. But that's the way it seemed to me, and I watch every city council meeting. The other thing is that since she has been the mayor, when I come into the city hall, I've seen more minorities than I've ever seen. I'm happy about that. I like that.
I appreciate the things that are happening in the city of Eastpointe. I believe that you all can deal with this, but I really think the issue is bigger than our city. I think it's a study of what racism, or what that really is, and you really got to understand it. And I know, I mean, this is something I've been talking to my friends about for years. I know people think they understand it, but really they don't. You know, me and my husband was on a trip with somebody, a friend of ours. This is a white guy. We rolled past this group of black people. He immediately hit the locks. Bam. I was like, wait a minute. He got scared. You know, and he's a friend of mine. He's somebody that I really like. But it didn't have anything to do. He was riding with us. We was black. But he was afraid of these other people he saw out there. And he's a good guy. I would vote for him. I would do anything for him. But I really think we need to study this and think about it and get some education on it so we understand really what's happening. I don't want to be mad at any of you guys. I want to like Carly. I want to like Sarah. I want to like all of y'all. But I really think we need education on what this issue is.
Again, my name's Larry Edwards, a longtime Eastpointe resident. I've been coming here for a while to the meetings. During the pandemic, I was not able to because of the meetings that were not being held in person. But there's certainly, as well as I'm a truth teller, I don't have a black and white issue. I have what's right and what's wrong issue. It's where I stand and what have you. And certainly tonight, as I've noticed for some time, there has been codes. There's been a following of codes, and people are getting on codes to tear down another person or to work against a certain situation and what have you. And these are the things that need to stop and what have you. And another thing is voting is very important. That's the reason why we should know who we're voting for. And me, at one time, there was a campaigning that tried to inform people and tell people about what the truth is and what's what, but people are going to do what they want to do. And we do stuff without even knowing who we're doing it for. A lot of times we're voting for our enemies, but yet and still, it don't change us, and as well as name recognition and stuff of that sort. You know, we've got to learn to respect people, to respect one another, and what have you. That could go a long ways. And I'm kind of confused now on how this meeting was ran tonight, and what have you, because during the times that I've come, it's always been a point to where the audience could have no type of emotion, no type of reaction or anything, but there was no order whatsoever today. So I just want to know, where do we stand? Because if that's the way it is, I had some emotion and some reactions a long time ago, and I'm sure I'm going to have some coming up. And what have you. Those need to be cleared and stated and what have you. Don't do it just for one thing, for one situation and what have you. Do it for everything, one way or the other. I don't care which way you do it, but do it one way or the other and what have you. And so these are the things we need to start looking at and being concerned about.
30 seconds, sir.
And what have you, to be able to move forward and go forward as need be and what have you. Because I have more issues that I need to address and concern. My house and where I live on cul-de-sac and what have you, that was promised to me way back when they was doing streets and all that. Still haven't been done.
Can you get some time, sir? Email us or write down your address so we can look into that as well. Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Hello, my name's Kathy, and I live in Eastpointe. And I have been a strong believer of the town of Eastpointe. I grew up in Oakland County, and I moved in Eastpointe 10 years ago. And I'll tell you what, Eastpointe, to me, when the very first day I came into the city, was miraculously amazing, wonderful. The people are so nice. The town is beautiful. Everything is great. But the city council, the stuff has got to stop. This is really stupid. Just plain downright stupid for all of you. Please, 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 pull up your pants and look straight ahead and smile and know that God's with you and we can get through this together. All of us, we're okay. We need each other. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Attorney Pamela Campbell. I have been a resident of Eastpointe for over 17 years. The first thing I want to say is that if there is a procedure from Brother Counsel over there to table an issue for her trying to rescind, then why wasn't it tabled in the first place when she wasn't present? That's my first issue that I have. The second thing is I do want to commend Madam Mayor for calling the police when she felt like she was in harm's way. That shouldn't be anything to get censured for, because I'm just happy that I see the police doing more than pulling over every black person that is going up Gratiot. When I'm at court, I have personally represented people, because when I go in there, all I see is my skin color that's paying all of these tickets and all of these ordinance violations and all of this. But when someone is actually utilizing the police for what they're supposed to be utilized for, that's an issue. This is ridiculous. Like, I have never been, all the years I've been here, I've watched it on video, but I never came in. But today I had to come in, because at this point, you don't have to like her. Nobody cares. Some of you guys have personalities I could live without, but you need to respect her. And that's the bottom line. It does not matter. The bottom line is, let's be real. People are upset that black people are moving up in the ranks in Macomb County. I deal with it as an attorney. I had to correct a judge for calling me a girl. No, my name is Attorney Pamela Campbell, Esquire, and that's what you're going to call me. And that's just what I work just as hard as everyone else. I'm degreed just like everybody else, and I want to be respected like everybody else. So they need to get used to it. And I understand that Councilwoman Sarah Lucido said that she has to think about it. Well, maybe we need to think about re-voting for some of these people when it's time to vote again.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council and Brother Council. My name is Attorney Rowea Epps Ward, and one of the first things I wanted to point out, I noticed that the Ethic Board's requirements changed 2 years ago. I applied for that position. I never got any follow-up. Like, usually when you apply for a position, someone tells you you're not qualified, something like that. I have a bachelor's degree in sociology and social work. I have a minor in substance abuse. I have a master's degree in social work. I have a Juris Doctor, and I was on a dean's list. So, and I don't flaunt my credentials like a dangling carrot, but I just wanted to know, what was the qualifications? And then secondly, I think that it's important to recognize Macomb County and the disparaging impact of racist behavior. Because to ignore it, it breeds our country's history of tarnished behavior of white privilege and white supremacy. And something that I think that's gotten lost tonight, I think that some people may think Cardi DeMonico, I'm sorry, that it's an issue with him supporting his wife. Madam Mayor, you mentioned tonight, we're a family town. Yes, we are. I don't think there's nothing wrong with him supporting his wife. But I do think there is a difference in supporting family and then supporting racist behavior. I'm not saying your wife is racist or the situation was racist at hand, but I think that we would be remiss to ignore the racial undertones with a lot of things in Macomb County. As a resident in Macomb County for over 20 years, I've had a lot of the same encounters that most black people do face here. And the reality of it is, as Sister Council stated, is that it's something new, it's something different. You have minorities that's moving up. But this is just an evolutionary time. And something else that you also mentioned tonight, Madam Mayor, was that you didn't want to accuse the guy in the green shirt or the green clothes because you weren't for sure who he is. I appreciate that, because my husband was wrongfully convicted for 26 years for a crime he did not commit. But he's here today because his wife went to law school to get him out after a Macomb County lawyer, let me say this, fought to get him out, And I'll say this too, it was the black people that wrongfully accused them, and it was white folks that helped get them out. So we don't care about color. We care about justice. We care about equality. And this is all that we're asking City Council to do. As elected officials, you are more likely to encounter private citizens more than any other elected official. What you do impacts us greatly. You can meet us at the grocery store. You can meet us at the store. But we need people that sit on high that make recommendations on us that can impact us and bring us down low.
Mayor Owens, City Council, City Manager. Most of you know me. Mayor Owens is a member of our church, Rhema International. I have been a pillar in the state of Michigan for nearly 30 years, been pastoring going on 25 years, been married to that beautiful woman back there for over 27 years. And I work with a lot of mayors and municipalities throughout the state of Michigan, and people are literally laughing at the city of Eastpointe. This is absolutely ridiculous. I have shared this privately and publicly that I really like Councilman DeMonico. I even shared that with him when we were at a voting poll. I said, I really like you. I've shared this with the mayor. I've shared this with my wife and other people, but I'm absolutely befuddled by the things that are transpiring here in the city of Eastpointe. I'm not going to point fingers, but what I'm going to say is that we got to move on from here. I don't know if I'm able to quote scripture, but the Bible says where there's unity, there is strength. I always say we're better together. One of us can chase 1,000, however, two of us can put 10,000 to flight. Whatever have happened before now, we need to move past this. It is my prayer, because the Bible says the heart of the king is in God's hand. It is my prayer that God would touch Councilwoman Lucidio to rescind the censure, because it's absolutely crazy. Before I take my seat, don't give a preacher 3 minutes. And I love everyone. And what I said out of love. I submitted an event application last year for the National Day of Prayer, which come up in about 2.5 weeks. I paid the application fee. We had a phenomenal prayer last year. That was back in November. So it's been literally about 6 months, and I haven't heard from the council about the day of prayer, so we don't know how to proceed.
Answer at the end, but I believe it was approved with, I don't think we
Oh, well, they haven't shared. We got the insurance and everything. I didn't know what was
I
going
think we approved
on.
it
And I said, well,
once
this is the last meeting before prayer, so we need to be able to put it out there. But I love everyone with the love of Christ, and we got to move forward as a city. My wife and I transitioned from another city because we want to be closer to our church. We've been here now going on 5 years. What happened in the past is the past. My grandma used to say, if you stir up mess, but she used another word, it will stink. So we just need to move forward from here. Whatever happened, let's put it in the past, and let's continue to work together in unity. God bless.
Hello, my name is Terry Fairley, and I've been a resident of Eastpointe for 19 years. And when I moved to Eastpointe, the ratio was 15% black and 85% white. Today it's 50-50. What's going on in this city is inevitable. I used to come to these meetings and y'all stayed on the man with the chickens for like an hour. That was the issue. That was because we was 50% black, we didn't have no chickens, and 85% white. Things have changed, and this is inevitable. Do you think for 1 minute that Obama went in that White House and didn't have no issues with folks? He did. and so did Michelle. And I said Obama, I didn't say President Obama. Most people address him as what? Obama. But he is President Obama, and he will always be President Obama. And First Lady Michelle, a lot of racism and the things that's going on now is inevitable. This world, what happened back when he was in school, ever since I'll be 70 years old on my next birthday, and always existed. Martin Luther King is probably turning over in his grave right now because he had a dream and it hasn't come true yet. So we still fighting. I don't know. I know Mayor Owens. I like this lady. She's young. I like these lawyers. I like this young man. I don't know y'all. I thought I knew you. I really did. I thought I knew you, Cardi, but I don't. I see somebody different now. And I'm a little disappointed. Thank you.
Okay, do we have anyone else who'd like to speak?
Hello, Mayor, Council. I'm gonna make this real quick. You see, we have a great crowd out here today, and I want everybody to remember that we still need a city manager. She hasn't been elected yet, and I'd like for all of y'all to make sure that she gets elected. Thank you. Oh, one other thing. Did we get the 2 dog catchers? Last agenda, they were supposed to have been 2 part-time animal control.
We'll answer it at the end.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, boy. Councils, individuals, each and every one of you. I just want to say that, again, fantastic job. My wife and I have been resident of Eastpointe for 22 years. We have seen a lot happen in 22 years. I would love to see a lot more happen in the years that we are going to remain here in the city of Eastpointe. Our house is paid for. We're not leaving, okay? And we don't want to have to deal with anything that's going to threaten our life that we created in our home and in this city. So I say to you, every single one of you, please look into your hearts. Everybody makes mistakes. Nobody's perfect. And because of that, we need to stop, take a look at ourselves in the mirror, and ask this one question: who am I? And be honest with yourself when you ask that question, who am I? Because we are not who we think we are. We're truly not. We are a makeup of a lot of things. Racism shouldn't be one of them. Hatred should not be another one of them. Barriers and other things should not be a part of our makeup. It shouldn't be, but it is, unfortunately. But I say this, and I'm going to say this in peace. God created all of us equally. There's not a person in this room that does not bleed the same color blood, for number one. There's not a single person in this room that does not feel pain when they're hurt. There's not a single person in this room that does not feel love when you feel love. But we got to give back those things that we have, that has been taken away from us and that we have to protect. And that is one another, family, and everything that evolves around it. Please, I'm begging, forget about it. The attorney said take this spike out so that we all can get back to doing what? Business. Let's take care of the business that we're supposed to take care of in this city. And let's make this city great again. May God bless us all.
Good evening. I wasn't gonna get up here and say nothing, but it's got a lot of emotions right now. So I wanted to say something first.
What's your name, sir?
My name is James Gilbert. My wife, Yolanda, and I, we've been residents of Eastpointe for a few years now. One thing I wanted to ask was, who do I need to talk to about, we actually had a tree that was in front of our house. The tree got removed, but the grass hasn't grew back or anything like that. So who do I need to talk to about that? Yeah, it's like, it's sand and, yeah, it's all types of stuff going on with that.
I can follow up with you right after the meeting.
Okay, sound great. Thank you. Thank you. The other thing is, just 'cause I gotta say it because it's on my heart, is the racism. Just as a black man, to come up in ranks, regardless of whatever field that anyone's been in life, black men, black women, it's difficult. You gotta keep your head down. You gotta do your job. I recently, and I just gotta say it, I'm not gonna say the company, but I had to leave a company recently because of that racism. I'm just gonna call it what it is, where a majority of the staff, they quit because of the racism. They didn't want to acknowledge Black History Month. They didn't want to acknowledge Martin Luther King Day, but they definitely celebrated St. Patrick's Day. It is what it is. It's difficult to hold your head down, to not be able to address the things that need to be addressed in a way that you feel inside. You want to lash out. You want to say it, but you can't. We do love the city of Eastpointe. We love it here. We definitely want to stay here. We have no plans on leaving, but we are definitely praying. Definitely, every day. That's all I have to say.
Hello, my name is Lisa. I've been in Eastpointe since 2017. Now, maybe 2018, they started digging up the road on 9 Mile. They finally got it all paved out, which is nice. But I just want to bring up, what about that blight pumping machine that's over there between 9 Mile across from Shoppers Market? It's a pumping station or something. I don't know what it is, but is there any way that they could, like, push it back and cover it up so we still going around one lane to go through there on 9 Mile? So I was just wondering, is it there just for, temporary, or is it there forever? So I just wonder, is there any way they could just cover it up or move it out the way? I don't know, but it's a blight to me. Just coming down the street seeing this pump and all these orange and white things. So I was just wondering, is that going to be there forever? Is it going to move, or is it going to get fixed up or move back? Can y'all help me with that?
During the hearing of the public, we don't.
Okay.
And we answer afterwards, or we
Okay.
get or you can leave your information with Mr. McLeod or
Okay.
something like that, so we don't interrupt your 3 minutes.
Okay.
And then we answer later.
All right, thank you. That's all I want to say.
Oh.
Thank you.
Anyone else would like to speak at this time? Anybody else would like to speak at this time? If not, the second hearing of the public is now closed. We're going into the mayor and council reports. We're going to start with Councilman DeMonico.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Well, first, thanks everyone for coming out to the meeting tonight. I guess there's a lot of different things I'd like to say, and I guess first is just, Madam Mayor, for a long time, everyone's talking about us getting along. I guess some people aren't going to hear it. Before you were even on council, I worked with you to get Comedy in the Plaza. DDA was a brand new thing. Helped you do that. Offered to flyer with you previous to the 2017 election, and you've recognized me at one of your events for making that offer. We didn't end up meeting and doing it, but all of that kind of ended when at a meeting here, you're saying how, asking, let's talk after, a meeting if there are issues. In your comments in a meeting in December, this would be 2019, You know, you said you had felt like you'd been treated like it was 1922 Mississippi while you were at the table. And to me, that came out of nowhere. That meeting, I thought everyone treated each other well, with respect. And I just didn't know where that came from. And shortly after were these other, other things. When you, visited me in the hospital was shortly after that. I just didn't want to be around. I almost died. I mean, I had a ruptured brain aneurysm. I just did not want to be around, thankfully somehow I survived it. I didn't want to be around someone at that point in time who just so recently said something, and it was clearly to all of the council members. And then shortly after that was when the cops were called on my wife, and it was the cops called on my wife because then you demanded a mediation session about this item, and you spoke with her and our city manager for 15 minutes about this item where just in this informal setting, Alyssa called you Monique, and we were just here, everybody, she's handing out everyone's sheets, says Sarah, Rob, everybody. Everyone's calling each other by their first names. I'm sure before that, you and I and her and you, we all called each other by our first names before that. And then when those things happen, I imagine, you're demanding respect from my wife, but then the respect is not there beforehand. So I've been trying to just, work with you, but it's hard. I mean, anyone imagine here if the cops were called on your wife, would you invite them over for dinner, next? No, I chose just not to speak with you. I wish, of course, this didn't become public, but then you denied any of this even ever happened. And clearly it's affecting the things on the city council agenda. And we're trying to do positive things for the city for sure. And it's hard then when, for example, you've a year ago threatened to sue the whole city, and things like this. And now, again, you have your attorney here, but telling us to all get along, a lot of you in the audience, again, I'd like to, if you can stick around, I'm happy to speak with anybody. I've gotten together with a lot of you prior to this time. I met, Ms. Ford, I met with you about the DOJ lawsuit that was brought up earlier. Mr. Edwards, we've talked plenty of times. I know I'm going to miss some people here in the audience. I think I've been open. I give out my cell phone to anybody. I'm happy to talk to you too if you don't want to, it's 10:20, like myself, you might have work tomorrow in the morning. So if you want to talk at a later time, I'd be happy to. And I guess, where's Miss Epps? I think she left. For sure, there's racism everywhere still in our country, and I am horrified that some of these January 6 people live in our county. We're talking about our county. I want to fight racism also like everybody else does. I'm hoping we can. That doesn't seem like the county I grew up in. I've lived in Macomb County my entire life. It's been horrifying to see people trying to overthrow the government in D.C. and 5 of the 16 people that have been put on trial are in Michigan, or are in Macomb County, sorry. I never would have thought that growing up here, in the Eastpointe area, but, I don't know what cities they were from or anything. But, I guess I'll try to, I guess I'll keep it to that for now. Hopefully people, stick around, and I'd like to talk if you'd like to. And go from there. And I know there were probably a couple other items here. I know Mr. Ford, you mentioned when your street. I'd be happy to talk about that. There's PACER ratings and, some sort of order to it. unfortunately, there are streets it takes a long time to get to because of the lack of funding that cities receive for streets, or the tree removal question. Hopefully we get the grass to grow again there. Hopefully the city will take care of that. Sorry, I'm just trying. It's hard to remember everything that has happened tonight. But yeah, I guess that's basically about it. And what was the other? Well, I thought we did, a lot of good things tonight. We talked, we're doing the Memorial Day Parade was on here. We're building a basketball court. We're hopefully having consistency with emergency repairs of water and sewer. Hopefully we're bonding to fix, we owe a lot of money in our pension fund. We've approved the magistrate for our Judge Galen, and, going forward with our master plan. I didn't want it to come to a censure, but I think there was an abuse of power with this event for calling the police, who reports to city council, on a resident for a minor disagreement between the two. And then also abuse of power to request.
Called them on your wife. Now you're saying what the police report. You keep saying, I use my power to call the police on the man, but then you're saying I call the police on your wife. Which one is it?
Can I just finish? And then
I'm confused. I'm trying to have you so you can get back to speaking. I was confused.
And then for threatening to remove her from a commission and asking the city manager to remove her from the commission. So that's what we voted on. That's why I voted, or that's why I proposed the motion, because the ethics board refused to hear it on jurisdiction grounds, they said. So that's about it. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Yes, sir. I wasn't trying to interrupt you, but it was a lot of things, and I have to take up for myself, because when I was going to close it out with my report, I probably wasn't going to talk about you. But you said I threatened to sue the city. When was that? Where was that taking place?
A year ago, you had an attorney send us a letter in like March 2021 threatening to sue us. What do you mean? You're saying that didn't happen now too?
Councilwoman Lucido, your turn to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I'd like to take a moment to first thank everyone that came out today. I have been listening to all of you. I have been listening to all of your opinions and your concerns, and I understand where you guys are coming from. I really do. I am going to think about rescinding the censure. I'm not just saying that. I will actually tell city administration right now to even add it to the next meeting to make sure that it is on the agenda at our next meeting, because I am going to take the time to consider it. So I will definitely make sure that it is on our next agenda. There was a lot that came out today. I understand that at our last meeting, the mayor did not have an opportunity to defend herself. She did have the opportunity to email me her concerns or call me on the phone. I've always responded to her emails and her phone calls. It was on our agenda, which she received on Friday, actually maybe even Thursday last week, by email, and a paper copy was delivered to her home. So she did have an opportunity to reach out to me if she wasn't going to be at the meeting to be able to defend herself, and I would have taken all of her comments into consideration. Assuming I didn't know that she wasn't going to be at the meeting until the day of, I would hope that she would have done that. I mean, I would have loved to have had her. I just assumed she had nothing to say because she had not reached out to me. I realize now that she did, because it was on the agenda tonight, and I finally had the opportunity to hear from her because she wasn't able to notify me before our last meeting. So like I said, I will take it into consideration, and I will add it onto the next agenda. On a lighter note, which is off a subject what we've been talking about, the Eastwood Oddfellows is hosting a Memorial Day breakfast on May 30th. That's Memorial Day. It's from 8 to 11 a.m., and it's free for all veterans and it's also free for all first responders. Anyone else is welcome to join, and it's $5. And that's all I have this evening, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Baker?
Thank you. There was just one announcement I had from the community, from the Eastpointe Community Action Coalition. This Saturday on the 23rd of April, there's a Your Voice Matters event, and it'll take place at Emmanuel United Methodist Church. It's an outdoor event, but it's just a information gathering and networking event amongst communities with coalitions and things of that nature. This is April 23rd between 1 and 4 p.m. and it's at Emmanuel United Methodist Church, 23715 Gratiot Avenue here in Eastpointe. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say, thanking God for all of us having a say, and you all coming out to voice your opinion and how you feel. That is what this forum is for. And also, I want to address Councilwoman Lucido stating that I got the information on Friday. Actually, the city manager told me on my way to where I was going. So I got it last minute. And it did not look right for me to just email you something. I should have been present. Not by email, text. If you're going to do something, you should have that person here. Because when you do something when someone is gone, it looks weak and it looks like you're bullying them. And that's what it looks like to the city. Also, as your mayor, I want to let you all know, when I was elected by white people, black people, Republicans, Democrats, everybody of all backgrounds and nationalities. So when I was elected by all people, I am for all people. So I don't have a black issue, I don't have a white issue, an Asian issue. I'll tell you what issues I have. I have a trash issue. That is why we having this cleanup. I have a crime issue. That's why me and the director work so hard, along with city staff, to make sure our crime is decreased. I have a blight issue. I have a homelessness issue. I have an education issue with our school system in the city of Eastpointe. Those are issues I have. So can we start talking about those issues? And also, please, the past has showed us a lot about our city. The Department of Justice had to come all the way out here to show us about our city. And now the censor we have is showing us the image of our city. But whoever is listening out there, what newspaper or whatever is listening, this is not our city. This is not our city. We are a family town and we welcome everybody. So I want to let you know that from the mayor of Eastpointe. Those are my issues in this community, is what I stated. I am for all people, and I will continue to be for all people. And what you've seen up here today and in the past, that is not how we're going to move forward. And how we move forward is this. Ms. Lucido, if you felt like I did something wrong to you, I apologize. Publicly. That's how we move forward. And we could have did this a long time ago, if that's how you felt. I'm not saying you're right, but I respect how you feel. And you made this censor, you didn't care how I felt. You did it because you wanted to. And when we start taking into consideration about how people feel, that's where it starts. That is where it starts. We have to respect one another. That's where it starts. It's not about me being called mayor or you council person or police officer, because you human being first. We're human. And if that person want to be called something, call them that. It's respect. And where have we gone from that? Councilman DeMonico, if I asked your wife to call me Miss Owens, Mrs. Owens, that's what I want to be called, sir. She had no right to call me something I told her not to. Because once you get comfortable calling me something I don't like, she'll call me something else. And for you to be a councilman, you should know about respect. You should. When my kids see you, they call you councilman. They do. And they're children. This is how I raise my children. And also you made a statement, and then I'm going to close it out. You said, I felt at a council meeting, I felt it was Mississippi or 1922. That's what you said, I said. When we get away at telling people how they feel, you ain't never been black. Ever. And when people who are not of a certain race, whether it's black or white, you don't have permission to tell them how they feel about something. You don't get that right. That's your privilege that you're taking away from me. If I say I'm feeling some type of way, and if you're about the people, you should have asked me how I felt and fixed it. You don't make me feel bad about how I felt, and we need to stop telling people how they feel. You can't tell a black man how he feels discriminated against, and I can't tell a white man that, because I ain't never been a white man, and I ain't never been a black man. So you don't get the right to tell people how they feel if you ain't never been in that position. You don't tell me how I get to feel, Mr. DeMonico. That is not your right. So if I say I feel a certain type of way, if the residents say they feel a type of way, it's my job as your mayor, it's their job up here to fix it and work on it together. Because in the city of Eastpointe, if you feel some type of way, we got to fix it. That's my issue. So the censor, I don't want to talk about it anymore. So if Ms. Lucido takes my apology into consideration, when we come back up here, you know who I'm going to let fix it? Her. Because some things in this world, it's up to everybody else to fix it. The people who cause the problems need to fix it. And the people who's making the problem, we shouldn't always have to say sorry. Sometimes you need to. So I'm going to close it out like that because, again, as your mayor, I want to make sure that all people are treated fairly. And I'm going to continue to do that. And I apologize to anybody, and I apologize to the city for what you have seen. I'm not perfect. I might make mistakes. And guess what? You might not like me. But I am the mayor of the city of Eastpointe. And if you don't like something I do, email me. I'll do my very best to fix it. But don't concentrate on fixing me when you got to fix you. Because my job is to fix the city. So in addition to that, I want to thank the staff. And I want to thank the director and the police department. Because I apologize that they had to pull you in it. I'm sorry. You've been doing this for 36 years, and you had to publicly deal with something like this. And I apologize. But director, you had to see it. You had to see it so you could understand. And guess what? You never still will. And it's okay. But I want to say thank you. So we're going to close it out. Oh, yes, we have a closed session. So we're going to go in closed session and talk to our lawyer. And you can stay and say bye to us and talk to the council afterwards if you like. It's not going to be that long. And we're going to go in closed session. Can I get a motion, please?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'll motion to go into closed session for attorney-client privilege communication, discussion on a legal opinion.
Support.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember Lucido?
Yes.
Councilmember Baker?
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes. Going into closed session.
Mayor, just 1 second so we get the,
Oh, who?
we have to get the,
Okay,
YouTube.
sorry, thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're back from our closed session. Do we need to do a motion no motion? Okay,
Oh, Madam Mayor, just a motion to adjourn for the evening would be appropriate.
okay, thank you, sir. So a motion, we're going to adjournment, a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion and support? Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lucido,
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico,
Yes.
Mayor Owens.
Yes. Meeting adjourned. I forgot about that, but this keep.